This afternoon, debate will resume on the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, National Assembly Bill number 67 of 2023. And thereafter, the members will debate a motion on the consideration of the Senate amendments to the National Rating Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2022. Proceed to the Committee of the Whole House, where those amendments in the Committee of the Whole House as well. The members will be looking at the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2022. This bill is courtesy of the Honorable Dr. Robert Bukose. Also in the order of business this afternoon is the Equalization Fund Appropriation number 2 bill, that is Senate Bills number 30 of 2023. The bill has been lined up for debate for the second reading. Also in the order of business this afternoon is a motion by the Chairperson, Public Debt and Privatization Committee. The motion regards the report on the consideration of the Consolidated Fund Services expenditures for the supplementary estimates 2 for the financial year 2023-2024 and the budget estimates for the financial year 2024-2025. Also in the order of business is the Land Laws Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 76 of 2023. The Chairperson, Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee, will move a motion on the reports of the Auditor General on the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 9 constituencies in Bungoma County. There will be some statements this afternoon. Some will be requested, and one statement will be responded to. It is notified that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44 2C, the following statement will be responded to. The subject of the statement is the alleged dumping of toxic and nuclear wastes in northeastern region. The statement was sought by Honorable Mohammed Ado, the Member of Parliament for Wajir South, and it was subjected to the Environment, Forestry and Mining Committee. That statement will be responded to this afternoon. The Honorable Member Anthony Kibagendi, the Member of Parliament for Kitutu Chache South, will request a statement on the proposed transition from 2-test to 3-test algorithms for HIV testing in Kenya. This statement will be subjected to the Health Committee, and Honorable Rosa Boyu, the Member of Parliament Kisumu West, will request a statement on the compensation of landowners for land compulsorily acquired to construct Kisumu Northern Bypass. This statement, which will be sought by the Honorable Member for Kisumu West, will be subjected to the Lands Committee. And of course, that is courtesy of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly 44 2C. If you're just joining us, the business of the National Assembly is about to commence. The Sergeant at Arms is announcing the arrival of the Speaker, who will preside over the business of the National Assembly this afternoon on this 11th day of June 2024, where the members of Parliament will be engaging in a number of businesses, quite a number of businesses this afternoon. The Mays, followed by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula. I will now hand you over for this live broadcast, which you can watch on Bunge TV, on KBC Channel 1, and on YouTube, courtesy of the Parliament of Kenya YouTube channel. My name is Edward Kabasa. Do have yourself a very good afternoon and enjoy your viewing.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umesikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Do we have quorum?
Yes,
We
do.
We do.
Yes, we do.
Honorable members, we have quorum to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader. Where is the Majority Leader and his team? Let's go to Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture. Dr. Mtunga. Chairperson, Public Petitions. Nimrod, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 11th June 2024. Report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of, number 1, Public Petition number 7 of 2023 by Mr. Frederick Gaya regarding gazettement of Rachonyo North as an additional area. Number 2, Public Petition number 14 of 2023 by the Honorable Mbaya, the Deputy Leader of Majority, regarding delayed adjudication and settlement of residents of Munandani sublocation in Kilifi County. Petition report number 3, Public Petition number 36 of 2023 by the Honorable Mbaya, CBS, MP regarding delayed adjudication and settlement of residents of Musufini, Vibandani, and the Kibarani sublocations, Tenzo location in Kilifi North constituency. Report number 4 of Public Petition number 57 of 2023 by the Honorable Tom Ondege, MP, regarding the gazettement of Nyatike West, Nyatike North, and Nyatike South as hardship areas. Report number 5 of Public Petition number 70 of 2023 by the Honorable Ken Chonga, MP, regarding hardship allowance and affirmative action for teachers in Ichonyi Sublocation County. And, Mr. Speaker, report number 6, public petition number 71 of 2023 by the Honorable Victor Koech, MP, regarding gazettement of Chepalungu sub-county as an additional area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to lay. And with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, I would also wish at this moment to appreciate your noble office for enhancing the capacity of the Committee on Public Petitions, which I chair, by posting competent staff who have been able to process these reports on time and also motions on the time. And that's why you can see we've come out with the zeal, and we wish to present more so that we can solve petitioners' requests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Public petitions, well done. Is the office of Majority Leader here now? Dr. Mutunga, Majority Leader, I've called you twice. Under order number 5, papers.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. For indulgence, I was watching from the office as I attended to other business, and I came running. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, June 11th, 2024. Report of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2023 and the certificates therein in respect of the following. Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology Industrial Park Limited. 2. Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology Enterprises Park Limited. 3. Chuka University. 4. Cooperative University of Kenya. 5. University of Nairobi. 6. Thogoto Teachers Training College. 7. Sunset Hotel Limited. 8. Tomboya University. 9. Lafay Technical and Vocational College. 10. Kisumu National Polytechnic. 11. Mandera Technical Training Institute. 12. Machakos University. 13. Masai Mara University. And Kenyatta University being the last. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture. Anybody from that committee with a brief from your chair? Majority Leader, where is your chair, Agriculture?
Honorable Speaker, I know they had a committee meeting, and I don't see any of the committee members here. Most likely they are not yet through. Maybe you can seek their indulgence.
Call the next order. Oh, sorry, we have Justice here. Justice Kemei. You are a member of the committee? Do you have your chairman's brief?
Person, Mr. Speaker, but we were with him in a committee, 2 committee meetings earlier on in the day, and he had said he was going to be in the afternoon. I don't have any brief, Mr. Speaker.
Go search him, capture him, and bring him here.
Okay, thank you. I'll do so.
Yes. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Nimrod, give your notices.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to give notice of 4 motions. That is 1.
Order. You say, I beg to give notice of the following motion, and you give each notice on its own.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your guidance. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of motion of the following motion. Consideration of public petition number 7 of 2023 by Mr. Frederick Gaya regarding gazettement of Rachonyo North as an additional area. Honorable Speaker, number 2, Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of motion of that this House adopts the report of the Public Petition Committee on its consideration of public petition number 71 of 2023 by Honorable Victor Koech, MP, regarding gazettement of Chebalungu sublocation as an hardship area, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 11th June 2023. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of Public Petition number 70 of 2023 by Honorable Chonga, MP, regarding hardship allowance and affirmative action for teachers in Chonyi Sub-County, laid on the table of the House on 11th June 2024. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of the Public Petition number 57 of 2023 by the Honorable Tom Odinga, MP, regarding gazettement of Nyatike West, Nyatike North, and Nyatike South as hardship areas, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 11th June 2024. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee in its consideration of Public Petition number 7 of 2023 by Mr. Freddy Gaya, regarding gazettement of Rachonyo North as an hardship area, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 11th June 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for accountability, Majority Leader, when you are away, I tabled 6 reports, 2 from the Deputy Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We'll go back to order number 5. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock, Dr. Mtunga.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 11th of June, 2024. It is a report of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on its consideration of the Senate amendment to the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Bagendi, member for Kitutu Church South.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 44, 2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health regarding the proposed transition from 2-test to 3-test algorithm for HIV testing in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, on 22nd August 2023, the Acting Director General for the Ministry, in the Ministry of Health, via Circular MOH AD Administration 1112, directed that the National AIDS and STI Control Program, NASCOP, to prescribe 3-test algorithm for HIV testing, both in the general population and the antenatal setting, to replace the 2-test algorithm. The NASCOP was further directed to coordinate a comprehensive transition plan with a target of site-level implementation by January 2024, and oversee the dissemination and publication of the HIV testing algorithm. Study findings in the task force report. The transition plan and toolkit were to include information, communication, and education materials, comprehensive training and capacity building for healthcare workers, quality assurance plans, supply chain considerations, and management, including standardized technical specifications of the algorithm kits, and risk mitigation measures to ensure service continuity during the transition period. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health on the following. 1, Could the chairperson provide a report on the status of transition from 2-test to 3-test algorithm for HIV testing in Kenya, including whether the site-level implementation earmarked for January 2024 took off and the progress made so far? 2, provide details on dissemination and publication of the HIV testing algorithm, study findings, and the release of the task force report as directed in the named circular. 3, explain the status of the development and implementation of the transition plan and toolkit by NASCOP, including measures taken for information, communication, and education, training of healthcare workers, quality assurance, supply chain, and risk mitigation. 4, provide a report on the progress made in the procurement process for the new kits, the extent of adherence to NASCOP to procurement laws, and the transition plan in initiating this procurement. 5, provide an update on the revision of relevant programs, documents related to HIV testing to align them with the 3-test algorithm, and assurances put in place to ensure service continuity with no stockouts of test kits during the transition period. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair Health, were you listening to that?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'll request that you give us 2 weeks to respond to the statement by Honorable Kibagendi.
Okay, 2 weeks, ordered. Rosa Buyu. Rosa Buyu, member for Kisumu West. Minority Leader, where is your member? Or you are not the keeper?
No idea.
No idea. Okay, question stayed. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining.
I'm here, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Kikaria.
I'm ready with the statement, the response to the statement.
You are ready?
Yes, yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First of all, let me thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm sorry last week we were not able to read the statement as the response, and I want to thank you for giving us a second opportunity for us to do that today. Honorable Speaker, I have the statement which was requested, and the response is as follows, Honorable Speaker, that the ministry is aware that in the 1980s and the early 1990s, the government had embarked on the oil exploration activities in the northern region of Kenya, namely parts of the present Wajir and Marsabit counties. The findings from the exploration indicated that there was no oil deposits of economic viability to justify further drilling activities. Thereafter, the National Oil Corporation of Kenya required the oil exploration companies to decommission their activities after closure of their drilling exercise. At the time of the exploration, Honorable Speaker, there was no legal framework to support the environmental impact assessment report, and therefore no AIE was conducted. Honorable Speaker, the MCA Act came into being in 2000, and this was happening in the 1980s and 1990s. In January 2004, media reports emerged about the possible water poisoning in northeastern Kenya when the Nation newspaper published the death of over 7,000 livestock which had died after drinking water from a borehole in Kargi area of Marsabit County. Honorable Speaker, the committee collected water, the committee that had been formed collected water samples from the boreholes and wells for the affected region and conducted scientific investigation which revealed that the water contained elevated levels of nitrates and nitrates above those permissible for drinking. Honorable Speaker, further studies were carried out in a water sample collected from shallow wells and deep boreholes in Kargi village, and as well as solid samples from the sites that were decommissioned by Amoco Oil Company, being Bellatrix 1 and Silas 1. Honorable Speaker, in their report, other than observing that proper decommissioning procedure had not been followed at Bellatrix 1, the expert concluded that there was no clear relationship between the presence of the two materials as at the well site, that is bentonite and bainite, and the contamination of water in the borehole and the shallow wells. Honorable Speaker, the report indicated that the radioactivity levels of bainite and bentonite at 0.104 and U-238 as a reference of which the permissible level set out by the Radiation Protection Board. Honorable Speaker, the committee therefore recommended that NOC organizes for removal and disposal of abandoned scrap metal and obsolete drilling chemicals as indicated in Annex 1. NOC engaged Habasari Technical Investment Limited to remove and dispose of the abandoned scrap metal and obsolete drilling chemicals in 2005, and later submitted a report on the same to the authority. All the time during the said exercise, NOC was in constant communication with the authority through correspondence while sharing information on the process made at the site. Honorable Speaker, the task force collected fresh water from samples from shallow wells and boreholes together with abandoned drilling chemicals for analysis. Their report also concluded that the water had concentration of sulfites, arsenics, nitrites, nitrates above the permissible level for drinking water. The task force recommended short-term action at Kargi to include: 1, removal of bentonite at the Bellatrix 1 oil exploration well, provision of alternative sources of water to the locals, and 3, the need to carry out studies on the cancer cases. Honorable Speaker, in an endeavor to dispel the fears of dumping of toxic and carcinogenics, NEMA organized for dissemination of information among local communities on the finding of various investigations carried out within the region. Honorable Speaker, NOC carried out detailed assessment of the requirement of disposable bentonite at Bellatrix 1 well, including the estimated cost of works at the site. The assessment indicated that there was no appropriate 1,000 tons of bentonite at Bellatrix 1, and NOC was expected to propose to NEMA the disposal options for the ease of collaboration. After careful evaluation of the disposal options proposed by NOC, NEMA approved and proposed options under the following condition. 1, NOC undertakes an environmental impact assessment on selected site, incorporating risk assessment and management. And I want to say that, Honorable Speaker, in Annex 4, we have an EAI report license that is annexed under Annex 4. 2, NOC ensures the provision of remediation, post-care and maintenance plan. And Honorable Speaker, this one I have confirmed with the ministry, it has not been done. NOC notifies NEMA on completion of remediation works and submit a remediation report for evaluation, and that the sampling and analysis of appropriate parameters must be provided. And lastly, under 4, NOC involves the community and or project affected persons during the execution of remediation, post-care and maintenance. Honorable Speaker, NOC submitted the impact assessment, environmental impact assessment report on the disposal of bentonite at one of the sites to NEMA. NEMA reviewed the AIE, reported and issued NOC with a license number, AIE license number NEMA /AIE /PSL /15977 issued on the 20th December 2021, and I had earlier indicated under Annex 1. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to give the response.
Thank you, Honorable Gikaria. Who was the questioner? Member for Wajir South. Is he in the House?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Do you have any clarification to seek?
Thank you. Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I must say I'm surprised because the statement does not address the questions I raised. It's a clear case of evasion. It beats about the bush, and this is a challenge we have had with successive Kenyan governments over the years when it comes to atrocities committed against the people of northeastern Kenya. What I had sought to know from the committee was about the alleged dumping of nuclear and toxic waste in northeastern Kenya, something that has, according to the people of that part, given rise to the number of cancer patients in the region. It's a number that keeps increasing. There have been a number of environmental degradation and issues related with this issue. And what I had sought from the committee was if it could undertake an inquiry into the illegal dumping of hazardous nuclear waste in northeastern part of Kenya, including the environmental effects and the association with high cases of cancer reported in that part of the country. I had also wanted the ministry, from the ministry, to state what measures it had put in place that the residents of the region whose land was illegally used for dumping hazardous nuclear waste and whose health had been adversely affected by the harmful chemicals, and that they are fully compensated. I had also sought what regulatory measures the government had put in place to ensure that all hazardous waste and material, including nuclear waste, are securely disposed without causing harm to humans, animals, and the environment. Honorable Speaker, this is a grave matter that needs to be dealt with the seriousness it so much deserves. And I would really appreciate if the committee went back and gave us answers.
Member for Wajir South.
Yes, sir.
I gave you an opportunity to seek a clarification on the statement. You are now debating your statement. Gikaria?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I hear the member. Honorable Speaker, this statement was sought under Standing Order number 44 2C for the purpose of the toxic waste that was dumped in the early 90s, 80s and 90s. And to be honest, Honorable Speaker, when I read the request by the member under Roman 1, Roman 2, and Roman 3, it is true, Honorable Speaker, other than only Roman 1, that is where we have given a lot of emphasis, not concentrating on Roman 2, where he sought whether there were any compensation, and lastly, Roman 3, where he has requested. And to be honest, Honorable Speaker, this House has passed so many ratifications that we have had on these hazardous waste, the mercury issue, the Manimeta Convention, and so many, and that is what we expected in this statement as a response. So I totally request, Honorable Speaker, that if the member is dissatisfied, as he has indicated, as a committee, we can make an inquiry ourselves, because, Honorable Speaker, under the Standing Order number 44-2C, it is only that we sought a statement. So if we can be allowed as a committee, we could be able to make ourselves an investigation and be able to give a proper response. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take two more. Major Bashir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and for granting me this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, this issue of the toxic waste, as the chair of the committee has actually confirmed that the response is not really what we expected. Honorable Speaker, I want to urge this House, and with your indulgence, that we form a special select committee of Parliament to look into this matter, because that is the only way we can get to the bottom of this matter.
Major Bashir, you know what to do. If you want a select committee, bring a motion.
I will. Thank you very much.
Yes, we cannot form a select committee by your intervention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We will do that necessary and ensure that we bring a motion to have a select committee so that this matter is dispensed with once and for all. The lives of the people of northern Kenya and Kenyans at large is at risk because of what has been done in the previous years, that issues of drilling of wells, oil, and so forth have happened. And it's important that we have a conclusion on this matter. So I will, in my capacity as the chair of the parliamentary group, bring a motion to have a select committee for this matter to be concluded. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Wajir. Go ahead. Give the member the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the issue raised by the MP for Wajir South is a very important issue. The chairman of the Committee on Environmental only dwelt on specific area of Kargi, and the issue was for northern Kenya. In my constituency itself, I have an issue of the same nature, where wells were dug, were drilled, and even if you listen to him, the report he gave back to this House is that these things happened in the late 80s and early 90s. But the environmental impact assessments were done in the year 2000, 2000 and even today, the last 2 years, 2021. I think this committee should have gone into details of every region in this of northern Kenya that had wells drilled, so that they come out with a comprehensive report on what happened. Mr. Speaker, our people are in fear. There's so much panic on this issue of because people already thought, they knew that there was a problem of cancer in the area, and now that when this allegation came, that there were actually toxic waste which were dumped in those areas, that has also brought up again another fear and panic into the society of northern region. So I think the chairman should go back and get a comprehensive report on this issue so that we address it once and for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member Women Rep Isiolo. Then Farah Maalim. 1 minute, Mheshimiwa.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I rise to...
Please, Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, sorry about that. Speaker, this is a matter that we've all lived to experience in terms of the impact that our people have encountered as a result of the waste that has been dumped in that part of the country, that is northern Kenya. Personally, we do have a number of people who are suffering cancer as a result of that, and it all happened between 80s and 90s. It is not something you can deny. It is something probably will require as a country to investigate thoroughly and put it to a conclusion. So even if we try to run away from it, we will not run away from this matter. We will keep experiencing burden in our health sector because it continues to affect us every other day. If you look at the number of people who are suffering cancer in that part of the country, it is so much that it should concern everybody in this part of the country, and we get into investigation to get to the bottom of the matter. So, Mr. Speaker, kindly guide us on the same. We are concerned as members of parliament from that part.
Thank you. Farah Maalim, the last on that. Give Farah Maalim the mic.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to add my voice. Mr. Speaker, when we came to this house, me and you, late 1992, as early as 1993, I brought up this matter on the floor of the House. And the most strange thing about this, and I really want to see, to get the attention of my colleagues in this plenary, is that there were American soldiers, in some cases in uniform, who were moving around with drilling rigs, with very big containers that were in what you call vehicles, and everywhere where they were going to do the drilling of a borehole, they literally cordoned off that area. And the impression given is that these people are trying to drill for water to assist the community, but they will drill whatever they are going to drill, they put whatever they were going to put, and they cap it. And then, of course, this epidemic again of people around that place all ending up with cancer cases. Mr. Speaker, this thing has got a serious responsibility. At the time, I remember very well, the Minister for Energy was the late Biwott, Nicholas Biwott. I think there is need for us to get to the bottom of this thing. It's my considered conviction that serious money changed hands between outside countries and interests in outside countries and people who are in the system at the time from our own country. And it's because of that that people have decided to dump this thing, because it's easier for them to dump it outside.
Seek a clarification from Gikaria.
Yes. So my position to the chair is that can we lift the veil on this thing and get to the bottom of it? Get to the bottom of this, because if we don't, any government in place is going to do the same things to different sections of the country, and this problem will be with us for hundreds of years, if not thousands of years to come.
Thank you.
So it's
Honorable Gikaria.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Gikaria.
Yes.
Take your seat. In your preparation of order, in your preparation for this response, did you visit the affected areas, or you just listened to public officers? Because listening to your statement is a total variance with the allegations being raised by members. Did you visit the affected areas?
Honorable Speaker, this is just a response which was given by the CS in charge of environment, climate change and forestry, signed by her. And the committee was, once we got when the statement was sought by the honorable member, it was taken to the ministry. So that is why I had said, actually indicated that we are also dissatisfied with the going by what the request was done and the response. And some of the issues, Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the members, is that they are talking about cancerous issues. And when you put NOC, which just does oil exploration, and NEMA, which is just concerned with environment matters, without involving the Ministry of Health for them to be able to check what could be the cause of the cancer-related diseases, then I think there was. So, as a committee, yes, Honorable Speaker, we didn't visit. This is just a response from the ministry.
So I'll give you direction. Take time and interrogate that statement from the minister. As a committee, visit the affected areas and bring back a comprehensive report in the next 1 month.
Speaker. Most obliged, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, before we go to the next order, allow me to acknowledge the following schools in the public gallery. Isiolo Boys Secondary School from Isiolo North. Oshol Academy from Mombasa, Nyali. Rubate Secondary School from Igambangombe, Tharaka Nithi. Ngurubani Secondary School from Mwea, Kirinyaga, that's in the Speaker's Gallery. And Ngururumo High School from Laikipia West, Laikipia. I have been requested by the member women rep for Isiolo to welcome the school from her county, and the women rep, the member for Mwea also. So take 1 minute to welcome your students.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
It's not here yet.
Honorable Speaker, I stand here as the Isiolo County Women Representative to welcome all the visitors here, and especially my boys from Isiolo Boys Secondary School, who are accompanied by their deputy principal, Mr. Mohamed Godana. I want to assure them that as a parliament, we are fighting to ensure that we provide the best education policies for all. What we ask all of you is to focus on your education. We need to see a continuous increase in an academic performance in our county, as was recently witnessed from the increase of 90 students to a whopping 264 students to university. My message to them is that never be afraid to ask questions, reach out and get support along the way. I'm proud of what you've accomplished so far, and I believe in you. There is more to come. Never forget that you are the dream of our nation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member from where?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to welcome all the students in this house today. In a very special way, I'd like to welcome the students from Grubani Secondary School. Grubani Secondary School, Mr. Speaker, is one of the best schools in Moya constituency. I want to encourage them to work very hard, and I hope the visit to this house is going to inspire them to return to this house as honorable members, and that they are going to produce serious leaders of this country, because the future of this country is dependent on them. I wish you success, the students of Grubani Secondary School, and I know, like you promised me earlier, that you're going to work very hard in your studies and that you're going to pass with flying colors. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. On my behalf and on behalf of the whole House, I welcome the students to the House of Parliament. Additionally, There are the following schools in the public gallery: Anderson High School from Endebess, Trans Nzoia; Samoei Boys Secondary School from Nandi Hills, Nandi; Kiambere Secondary School from Mbere South, Embu. I've been requested by the women rep for Nandi County to welcome the students from Nandi Hills and the member for Nandi Hills as well. 1 minute each. Give her the microphone.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I take this opportunity to welcome all the students who are visiting Parliament, the 13th Parliament, Honorable Speaker, where I'm privileged to sit. And I want to specially invite or acknowledge the presence of Samoei Boys. Honorable Speaker, we call them the Spartans back at home. And they have done us proud. And Honorable Speaker, I want to note that, Honorable Speaker, in our county, we have serious big schools, Kapsabet Boys and the likes. And one school that is seriously growing bigger is Samoei Boys, and it is local, Honorable Speaker. Local, Honorable Speaker, I mean the admissions and the students in that school are 90% local. So this is the pride of Nandi, and we are proud of the Spartans from Samoei Boys High School. I want to wish them the very best, Honorable Speaker. 2 weeks ago, I was in their school, and we were able to speak about so many matters, including and not limited to them doing the best in their studies so that they can be able to become whatever they want to become. So Samoei Boys High School, led by their teachers and the principal, the very able Kimosop, we welcome you to Nairobi, to the 13th Parliament, and we want to wish you the very best from your woman rep.
Kitur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we welcome all students who have come to pay a visit to Parliament, and in particular, Samoei Secondary School. They call themselves the Green Commandos. This is an institution that, like last year, with 289 students, they were all posted to university with a mean of 9.6, and they've been growing. Indeed, this is an institution that can only be leveled to institutions like Alliance, Moi High School, Kabarak, where I studied, and any other best institution. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they had made an invite to all members of Parliament that they are inviting you on the 22nd of June, when they will be doing a great celebration for the great performance. So I want to wish you well, and you are all welcome to Parliament. Thank you.
Honorable Bukose for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues to welcome Anderson High School from Endebess. It is the school at the border of Kenya and Uganda. And this school, Honorable Speaker, is the best school in Endebess. It was also number 4 within the county of Trans Nzoia in the last KCSE. It is the school that represented Kenya in the East African competition for volleyball. We are also it is also representing Kenya in chess game in South Africa. 4 of our athletes from this school are also international athletes, and they'll be representing the country in various athletes competitions within the continental and outside. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the House and you in particular. You know you are also from that region, and we appreciate your service. So thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to encourage Anderson High School that they are welcome to Parliament, and I hope that they'll also be able to perform well in this year. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Zamzam, what is this about the students? Go ahead. 1 minute.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi kama mama Mombasa County niweze kuwakaribisha rasmi watoto wangu wa shule ya Visual Loshan, na niwaambie kuwa nyinyi mmetuinua sana katika anga za Kenya, mmetuinua sana katika ramani ya Kenya kwa kutoa wanafunzi bora sana katika Kenya hii, kutoa madaktari na ufundi mwingi kutoka katika shule yenu. Kwa hiyo mimi nawahusia mzidi kushika kasi katika masomo. Kama ni wasichana, mcheze boli, msishike boli, tuweze kujenga taifa pamoja na muweze kufocus na masomo yenu. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Thank you. Still on order number 7, Rosa Buyu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your indulgence. I was slightly held up in the office attending to one of the constituents who come from Kisumu. Mr. Speaker, this is a request for a statement regarding compensation for land compulsorily acquired to construct Kisumu Northern Bypass. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Lands regarding the inordinate delay in compensation of landowners for land compulsorily acquired to construct the Kisumu Northern Bypass. Honorable Speaker, in 2015, almost 10 years ago, the government undertook major road infrastructure developments, including the construction of Kisumu Northern Bypass to ease congestion in Kisumu City. Owing to unavailability of a road reserve, the government compulsorily acquired land from some residents to construct the bypass. Article 43 of the Constitution obligates the government to promptly pay full compensation to any person whose land is acquired for public purpose. It is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that close to 10 years since some landowners ceded their land to the state for the Noble project, the government is yet to compensate them. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Lands on the following. 1, could a report be provided detailing all persons whose land was compulsorily acquired for construction of the Kisumu Northern Bypass in 2015? Also, provide the value of the acquired land and the status of compensation in respect of each of the affected landowners. 2, explain the reasons for delayed compensation of 18 affected landowners, despite numerous follow-up initiatives made through Usomaki Social Justice Center, a community-based organization. 3, Mr. Speaker, state the plans that the government has put in place to promptly compensate the affected landowners, including interest for lost earnings over the years since they handed over their land to the government, and state when the compensation will be settled. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Chair Lands. Chair Lands. Hold Nyamoko. Yes, Jared.
Thank you, Mr.
Hold on, Nyamoko. Jared, what is it?
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to joyride on the statement as read by Honorable Rosa Buyu. Honorable Speaker, the situation is actually uglier than she's putting it. When this idea was birthed in the year 2015 to come up with the Kisumu Northern Corridor that joins the airport road to Mambuleo, to Muhoroni, and ultimately Londiani Junction, Honorable Speaker, the owners of parcels along that corridor were forcefully evicted from their homes to create a pathway. Honorable Speaker, it was done under the premise of compensation, which has not happened to this very day, almost 10 years down the line, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, some of the family members were plugged into other relatives' homes, overstretching budgetary allocations for individual families, Honorable Speaker, with the hope of getting compensation at the end of the day. 10 years they have been waiting. Those families got tired with the family members and relatives, and most of them do not actually have where to stay because their boards were demolished by the government. Honorable Speaker, even as the Chair Lands Committee undertakes to carry out a comprehensive investigation that will lead to compensation, we ask that this is expedited. Otherwise, we are losing lives as a result of frustrations and depressions by these families.
Thank you. You made your point.
I thank you. I thank you.
Chair Lands. When can you bring the response? 2 weeks?
In the next 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker.
For that, thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, National Assembly Bills number 67 of 2023. Resumption of debate.
Honorable members, before we resume the debate, at order number 10, when we go into the committee of the whole, We have consideration of Senate amendments to the National Rating Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2022, and the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2022. In regard to the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill, order, Member Bashir, order. The man you are talking to should be listening to this because he's your majority leader. When we get to the drugs bill, the view of the House Business Committee was that we step down this bill for a while pending consultations because I have a report that indicates that the bill has been amended so much to the extent that it has lost its original character. You have amended until you are amending the long title, the short title, the definitions, virtually everything. And under our standing orders, you cannot amend a motion until you negative the original intention. So we will talk with Dr. Bukose, the chair of the committee. If we are satisfied that the amendments are so far reaching us that they have altered the intent and the character of the bill, then Dr. Bukose may be advised to republish a fresh bill to capture what the amendments are looking for. That is the law, both in our jurisdiction and in comparable jurisdictions around the Commonwealth. Next order, it's been called out. Who was on the floor? Honorable Njendi Malulu, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to continue by saying that this particular amendment was even opposed by the Committee on Energy. It was also opposed by the ministry itself through a letter that was sent to the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, the committee recommended that this particular agency, NUPEA, should be adequately funded. It also said that it recommended that this agency should continue discharging its mandates as required in Section 56 of the Energy Act. So, Mr. Speaker, I oppose this based on those facts. However, Mr. Speaker, after I developed keen interest in the main act and also the amendments, I found that Section 54 of the Energy Act of 2019 that establishes NUPEA, there was no any amendments on this particular section in regard to what was said on the floor by the move of the motion. And as much as the memorandum of objects and reasons indicating the winding up of this agency, Mr. Speaker, we look at the amendments that are there in the miscellaneous amendment bill that is on the floor. We don't have any amendments to that effect. So this leaves me even wondering why this was mentioned by the mover and it appears in the objects, the memorandum of objects and reasons, and yet the main amendments do not reflect what was actually argued by the mover. Mr. Speaker, as I had said earlier, that was the only one that I was opposing in terms of amendment. Otherwise, I was in support with the rest of the amendments. And particularly, I'm impressed with the amendment that includes KPLC in the membership of REREC. Mr. Speaker, this will ensure effective collaboration between REREC and KPLC because we've had a lot of challenges on the ground in the field when it comes to lighting in our villages, in our constituencies. Mr. Speaker, we are aware REREC is really doing a good work in terms of last mile installation in our villages. What we have noted is that because of the disconnect between KPLC and REREC, the REREC does the installation of last mile, identifies homesteads, identifies houses. It actually constructs a power line up to the point of a transformer. Mr. Speaker, what usually happens after commissioning by REREC and handing over this power to Kenya Power, it can take 6 months, it can take 2 years or even 3 years before Kenya Power actually does the metering in homes. This, Mr. Speaker, results into a lot of complaints. It results into a lot of vandalism of property that belongs to Kenya, to REREC, so that at the end of the day, when the meters normally come, you find that Kenya Power or REREC is spending further in terms of repairing and purchasing the property that was destroyed. Mr. Speaker, also, this will enable us not to lose any opportunity in terms of using the power that is normally at our doorsteps, and yet because of lack of metering, we don't enjoy it. Mr. Speaker, also, we've had a lot of challenge that after we have, REREC has installed the transformer, powered the transformer, when it takes time to install, to put meters in people's homes, unscrupulous contractors normally come and start laying illegal lines, so that you find many other homes have been connected outside the 600-meter requirement. You find that when the time comes for metering now, we have also a problem now, conflict, and then an MP is involved, household complaining that how come I have a meter and I have not been connected to the power line. So I support all these except this particular one of winding up NUPEA and transferring resources of NUPEA to the Ministry of Energy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Didymus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I want to state from the very beginning that I support this miscellaneous amendment bill because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the proposed amendment to the Children's Act, it's basically the bill proposes to enable the courts so they can be able to allow an application by a man to adopt a child. You understand, Mr. Speaker, that in this country there are very many men who are single-handedly taking care of their families, and they should be allowed to adopt a child, Honorable Speaker. With regard to the Copyright Act, Honorable Speaker, it is important that there are very many artists or content creators in this country. They should be remunerated from the same level, and we must have some clear management in terms of what the Copyright Board will follow to ensure that there is equity and fairness insofar as sharing the royalties is concerned, Honorable Speaker. And also, the amendments number 1 of 2015 to the Scrap Metal Act of 2015, Honorable Speaker, it is a very good amendment because it's going to protect the very critical infrastructure in the energy sector in this country that have been suffering from people who vandalize, who steal transformers, who steal cables, so that for you to deal with copper and aluminium, you must have a special license, which I am sure it will undergo some type of vetting, so that a firm, before a firm is given a license to begin to deal in scrap copper and aluminium, they must demonstrate where they are getting those copper from, not to be the ones that are vandalizing the copper in this country, Honorable Speaker. Basically, Honorable Speaker, these miscellaneous amendments, it's just to cleaning up various statutes to realign them with our constitution and the very many changing policies in this country. And it's a good thing that we are going to move forward, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the essence of these miscellaneous amendments is that, Kenya as a country is run on policies. And when a government implements a policy or a law, we have a team of government, both in government and outside government, that have a responsibility of monitoring and evaluating how those policy and those amendments, those laws, statute laws, are either beneficial to the country in terms of how much budgetary allocations they are receiving, how much value that the Kenyans are getting, and as a country and as a house, we have a responsibility to either terminate those various policies or rather improve them so that the Kenyan people can continue to get a benefit of these very many laws, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, even as I support these laws, we must be aware that at times these miscellaneous amendment bills can be brought in to misuse. But I've gone through this document and I can confirm to this House that each and every proposed clause has beneficial to this country. And once these amendments have been approved, this law will go a long way into ensuring that the Children's Act is properly beneficial to the country. The Copyright Act goes ahead to benefit the very many artists and local contents in this country. The scrap metal that has always been a bit misused, Honorable Speaker, by vandalizing bridges, guardrails, by vandalizing electrical power lines, is not going to continue happening again, Honorable Speaker. So I would support even the Fisheries Management and Development Act is also going to ensure that the fishing, that is one of the key economic activities for majority of Kenyans, benefits people who engages in that trade, Honorable Speaker. And for that very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to unequivocally support this statute law, Miscellaneous Amendment Bill of 2023. I support, Honorable Speaker.
Samuel Atandi. Are you queuing for this? And this is what I keep on telling you members.
Honorable Speaker, I'm waiting to talk on equalization.
Pardon?
I'm waiting to comment on the equalization bill.
On the?
Equalization appropriations bill.
Kibet Komingoi. Absent. Moses Kirima. Honorable Kaluma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I support...
Just before Kaluma, you go on, Clerk, can you wipe the screen? And those who want to speak to this motion, this bill, put in your requests. I see Thuku Kwenya, I see Samuel Atandi. You've changed your mind. Then remove your card. Okay.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to address the matter of this bill. Honorable Speaker, I support the amendment, the proposed amendments to the Judicial Service Act, just as I also support the proposed amendments to the Parliamentary Service Act. Honorable Speaker, I support these particular provisions because the mandate of these particular commissions are in the Constitution. The Parliamentary Service Commission has to deal with matters of facilities and welfare for members. We've had situations in the past, Honorable Speaker, where sister commissions are encroaching into the mandate of the Parliamentary Service Commission. And I support this particular amendment because it would make it clear those matters which the Parliamentary Service Commission and the Judicial Service Commission should be dealing with. Honorable Speaker, we must remember there is a good reason as to why we have a Parliamentary Service Commission for this arm of government, and then we have a Judicial Service Commission for the other arm of government. We need those commissions to protect these two arms within the areas of their constitutional mandates. But Honorable Speaker, I oppose amendments proposed to the Children's Act, as I do also the amendments proposed to the Adoption Act. Honorable Speaker, it is proposed to amend the Children's Act to delete Section 184, subsection 4. And Honorable Speaker, just to put the Parliament in good light, let me read what Section 186, subsection 4 deals with. Honorable Speaker, the subject under Section 186 is the matter of who may apply to adopt a child. Who may apply to adopt a child. At subsection 4, it says the court shall not make an adoption order in favor of a sole male applicant, unless the applicant is a blood relative of a child. We are proposing to delete this provision to allow any male applicant, even if not related to a child, and in spite the gender of that child, to adopt a child. Honorable Speaker, that is a very dangerous amendment proposition. Why would I, as a male person, seek to adopt a child I'm not related to, and I'm not living with a female? Number one, what am I to do with the child if there is no distinction, Honorable Speaker, as to the gender of the child? Honorable Speaker, I'm addressing a proposed deletion of Section 186, subsection 4. A very dangerous proposal, Honorable Speaker, coming through this statute law miscellaneous amendment. And Honorable Speaker was explaining that when you read Section 186, Honorable Speaker, it is at page 1815 of the bill. 186, subsection 4, proposed to be deleted. At that page, it says the court shall not make an adoption order in favor of a sole male applicant unless the applicant is a blood relative of the child. Honorable Speaker, we know what it takes to take care of a young child. How can a male person who is a sole male person, not in marriage, not with any other person, adopt such a child? And we are not talking about the gender of the child. How can I be allowed to adopt a child I'm not related to, who is a girl, and I go with this child? Honorable Speaker, I want to say this provision is very dangerous. And I wanted to say, Honorable Speaker, that we took a lot of thought into the current Children's Act. And we had very good reasons to have this provision. We could risk children to defile us.
Order, Honorable Kajwang. Stop cheering. Go on.
Honorable Speaker, you could have people who are not related to a child. We have not specified even the gender of the child. These people can mess up a child beyond measure and beyond the control of the court. And an Honorable Speaker, I wanted to ask the members that there is a good reason as to why we prescribed the subsection 4 of Section 186, which is sought to be removed. We oppose this one. Number two is that this particular provision, Honorable Speaker, is quite substantive to be considered, casually within the context of a statute law miscellaneous amendment bill. Honorable Speaker, at Section 186, subsection 6F, Honorable Speaker, you'll again see at that same page 1815, the deletion being proposed. And Honorable Speaker, this is very serious. I wished particularly our county members of parliament would look at these provisions. Very critical for the family. Honorable Speaker, this deals with adoption of a child. And the provision which is sought to be removed at 6F says, the court shall not make an adoption order in favor of an applicant or joint applicants if the applicant or joint applicants or any of them is a foreign applicant, except where the applicant is a biological relative of the child. What is the problem with that provision? It is protecting our children. Honorable Speaker, we've had cases of child trafficking. We've had cases of organ harvesting, sourced from children being moved from jurisdictions to other jurisdictions. We have cases of child pornography. I mean, how do you want to delete a provision which is securing our children from foreigners unless they are biological relatives? What protection do those children have after they are moved out of jurisdiction? Honorable Speaker, these are very fundamental provisions. And I wanted to say that if we are dealing with the provisions of Article 53, particularly the rights of the child as protected under Article 53, if we read it keenly, we cannot delete these provisions proposed. And an honorable Speaker, on these two proposed deletions, I'm opposed. Otherwise, I support every provision, even though they are substantive. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Kwenya Thuku is in the house.
Thank you.
Yes, Kwenya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute on this miscellaneous amendment bill. And Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I am in support of some of the amendments herein, but I also want to give my thoughts in a few as far as I'm concerned and the feel of the people of Kinangop. Mr. Speaker, I want to support from the onset the inclusion of Kenya Power and Lighting Company in the membership, to be in the membership of Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy Corporation. We have had issues of electrification in our constituencies, Mr. Speaker, and once work is done by REREC, there have not been proper transition from REREC to the body now that takes charge of the power lines and serves our people with electricity. Because of lack of proper, the lack of proper transition is because Kenya Power is not represented in the board of REREC. And therefore inclusion of KPLC in the same, that would be a step in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, of importance in this bill that I wish to give my thoughts is on the issue of this amendment that is proposed on the Scrap Metal Act of 2015. Mr. Speaker, I see a lot of mischief in this bill. Reason being, we are proposing, or there's a proposal that scrap metal dealers, and especially those dealing with copper, aluminium, and copper and aluminium alloy, to have special license to export copper, aluminium, and the two combined. And Mr. Speaker, this should worry everybody. One of the biggest issues that we're dealing with today is transformers vandalism. Vandalism as far as extraction of copper is concerned, because we know they are pricey. And Mr. Speaker, we all know that the Republic of Kenya, we do not produce copper. And therefore, why are we licensing people to deal with copper? I think the best thing to do, Mr. Speaker, is to ban the export of copper completely and leave that business to the two entities that have been mentioned here. The numerical machining complex, and Kenya Shipyard. So that then if there are any scrap metals as far as the two metals are concerned, then they are consolidated, they are smelted, and therefore have billets that are under the custody of the two public entities. Then they can be auctioned in public, Mr. Speaker, as opposed to giving special licenses. And actually, this is now being left to the hands of ACS, who now will decide who to issue these licenses to. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we may be forming cartels that are going to be responsible of vandalizing our transformers, and this is a challenge that we've been having every year. I had a conversation with one of our officers in REREC, and actually they brought my attention on this issue, Mr. Speaker. And because we represent people and we know the kind of losses that this country is running into because of this illegal, or maybe let me just say legal trade, whereby we have licensed vandalizers. Mr. Speaker, I am opposed to this amendment, and in fact, I am going to bring up amendments that are going to delete any form of licensing of scrap metal dealers and as far as copper is concerned, because we do not produce the same, and therefore exporting the same would be a question that we need to answer as a house. Let us leave this to the two public entities that have been mentioned in this bill to deal with the consolidation of the same and maybe selling the same in public auction. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I support anything else that is in this bill, but on that one, I'm opposed and I'm going to bring an amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What is the point of order?
Mr. Speaker, something troubles me. You know, bills come before us, we process them in second reading, and it would appear as though the normal situation is to pass bills. Mr. Speaker, we have spoken about this ever since I came to this Bunge in 2013, that statute miscellaneous amendments should only focus on issues that are correcting the law, minor issues of law. Now, Mr. Speaker, with you, because you are a doyen of authority, and you are the chairman of the rules and procedure, if we are unable to tame the executive from where these bills are coming, are we able to change our rules so that we make sure that when the clerk is perusing a bill, if the clerk finds, and in the speaker's discretion, if it turns out that a legislation is so fundamental and substantial that requires policy, the speaker or the clerk would refuse to process that kind of bill. Because even as we speak, Honorable Kaluma has spoken, and the member there has eloquently spoken, you will see that all this, in spite of what they have said, except for committee of the whole House, we will still pass them, notwithstanding what they are, notwithstanding the fact that there is no policy, notwithstanding the fact that they have not been clearly thought of. Mr. Speaker, I just want to harvest from your experience. Is it possible that your committee, the Rules Committee, we could come up with a change of the standing orders? Because presently, nothing like that appears. Thank you.
Bring your petition, the Rules Committee, to be looked out. I have no reason to believe that this bill will go through or not until you vote. So we leave it there. Bring a petition to look at it.
Let me summarize, Mr. Speaker, by saying I am opposed to this amendment. I am going to bring in further amendments so that then we align and make sure that there is no trade that is going to happen in this country in as far as exportation of copper is concerned. Mr. Speaker, I support with reservations.
Zamzam Chimba.
Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi naangalia sheria, marekebisho ya sheria ya watoto kipengee cha 29 ya 2022. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi pia napenda kupigia pondo ndugu yangu Kaluma alivyozungumza, akasema watoto wamepewa ulinzi katika katiba. Mheshimiwa Spika, na kama mama ni vizuri kweli tujue kuwa mtoto anapokuwa ataka kuchukuliwa na mzazi mwingine iwe ni katika familia ya mtoto. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona mataifa ya nje wameweza kupitisha mswada wa kununua watu. Mheshimiwa Spika, watu watakuwa wananunuliwa kama peremende dukani, kama switi, kama maziwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, na hii inatupa wasiwasi. Nimeiona hiyo bill imepita Marekani. Mheshimiwa Spika, na naona hapa tukitoa hiki kipengee cha kuweza kuwalinda watoto wetu, kutakuwa na mwanya wa mtu yoyote kutoka sehemu yoyote kuchukua mtoto kwa jina la adoption, lakini pengine wanaenda kutumika kwa mambo mengine. Mheshimiwa Spika, na hasa kipengee kile kimemlinda mtoto kusema kuwa mtu wa kiume, mwanaume asiweze kuchukua mtoto, kwa sababu kwanza mwanaume hajapewa ile nguvu ya kuweza kulea mtoto kama vile mama. Kwa hiyo mimi napenda hichi kipengee kisiweze kuguswa, ili wale watoto wetu waweze kupata ulinzi, wasiweze kujipata katika mikono ya watu ambao si watu wazuri. Mheshimiwa Spika, watu wengi wanaingia na jina la adoption. Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini mwisho wa kwisha wanaenda kutumia watoto, wengine wanatoa viungo vya mwili. Huwezi kujua mtoto kama anakaa vizuri, hakuna mtu ambaye anafuatilia kule mtoto alikokwenda. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri mtu wa karibu wa damu ya mtoto ndio aweze kuchukua mtoto, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hii mimi nasema hichi kipengee kisiweze kubadilishwa. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Marwa Kitayama.
Mheshimiwa Spika, ingawaji nilikuwa nataka kuchangia kwa hoja ambayo inafuatia, lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, ni wazi kwamba kuna matatizo.
Kama hizi ile ulitaka, yield the floor to somebody else.
Well guided, Mr. Speaker.
Paul Nabuin, Turkana North.
Speaker, I wasn't keen on which one was coming through.
Thank you. Honorable members, let me repeat what I've been telling you. If a motion is on the floor by way of a bill such as this, if you have no intention of contributing to it, don't log in so that you fill the screen, you make it difficult for whoever is in the chair, including the speaker, to know who wants to speak on this and who doesn't. Wilberforce Oundo, are you on this or
yes,
anticipating something else?
No, it's on this matter. I had actually been checking with the state. I was on top. I don't know how I've been just lost my position all of a sudden.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, as a matter of principle, since I came here to the 12th Parliament, I have always had reservation about miscellaneous amendment bills. They are miscellaneous, but they are mischievous. The mischief has always come out very apparent once the bill is completed as required by law. Honorable Speaker, the bill, as published, has got very fundamental amendments to the law, and some go to the core of the various bills of rights under the Constitution of Kenya, and therefore should not actually meet the threshold of a miscellaneous bill to rectify minor changes. Honorable Speaker, let me start with the Children's Bill, Children's Act, amendment to the Children's Act. Honorable Speaker, which proposes to delete Section 186(4) of the Principal Act. Honorable Speaker, I totally oppose, and I oppose it on various grounds. Number one, the way Section 4 is styled gives some kind of protection against child abuse. Honorable Speaker, ordinarily, child abuse is invariably, in many cases, perpetuated by male. Honorable Speaker, allowing the courts to allow a single man, or a single applicant, a sole applicant who is a male, to adopt a child, regardless whether it's a relative or not, is indeed a precursor for abusing that particular child. Honorable Speaker, I cannot fathom why a drafter would want to do this and put a Kenyan child in harm for purposes nobody understands. So, Honorable Speaker, I stand to oppose, and I will indeed, that particular law, make amendments accordingly. Honorable Speaker, when we go to the Scrap Metal Act, the amendments are long overdue because of the issue of critical national infrastructure. And indeed, the definition of critical national infrastructure has been inserted and expanded, Honorable Speaker. Many of us suffer, many Kenyans suffer, vandalism of the railway line, vandalism of the guardrails, vandalism of electrical installation, and all those kind of things. Styling them as national critical infrastructure and barring their trade other than designated state agencies is the right way forward. But, Honorable Speaker, we again conversely introduce the issue of monopolistic practices in the market. Probably in the wisdom of the Committee of Energy, we need to find it in such a way that the Cabinet Secretary can license any competent national agency, state agency, sort of restricting to only the two, Numerical Machining Complex and Kenya Shipyard Limited, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when we look at the amendments to the National Employment Authority Act, it is sad reading, Honorable Speaker. Sad reading in two senses. Honorable Speaker, in this bill, we perpetuate the old stereotype that a job must be one where somebody is formally employed. And that's why now we are introducing a job seeker instead of what was there as a youth. A job seeker, Honorable Speaker, therefore it means even a 70-year-old person could still be categorized as a job seeker. That will defeat the essence of the National Employment Authority Act, which focus was on the youth. Even, Honorable Speaker, when you read the other provisions, then by changing of the word from youth to job seeker, you defeat the amendments contained in clause 2 or dealing with section 37, which says the authority shall establish incentives to reward a private institution that employs Kenyans within 6 months of completing the certificate or undergraduate studies and who do not possess more than 5 years experience. Honorable Speaker, inevitably those are the youths. They're the ones who are in active training. So, Honorable Speaker, if you introduce the word job seeker, then you expand the application of this incentive to anybody else. And, Honorable Speaker, again, the danger we are creating here, we are again perpetuating that a job seeker must be must have a written job. Yet, under Vision 2030, MTP3, and as expanded MTP4, a job does not need to have been a formal employment. You can run your own job. You can run your own self-entrepreneurship. You do not have to be a job seeker. We are stereotyping the old mentality that a job is a white-collar job. And that's why we're looking at the publication definition of a job seeker. We will move to amend that particular to erase any focus, any reference to a job seeker, to probably retain the youth or those whose job are such a way they require a certain kind of a job. Honorable Speaker, the amendments under the Energy Act are progressive and good. However, Honorable Speaker, there's a provision that says any vessel that is used to convey the vandalized or stolen equipment or appliance referred to in subsection 1 shall be forfeited to the state. Honorable Speaker, there are forgeries, there are car thefts, there is misuse, there's where unauthorized use of the motor vehicle. Why would you punish the owner of the motor vehicle for reasons that he does not even know? And I give an example, Honorable Speaker. Last year, there was a contractor who brought material. Some people came to see the material. The vehicle they used was a stolen vehicle with forged number plates. Honorable Speaker, probably we need to put a provision that as long as whoever the owner of the vehicle can prove that he did not authorize for the use of that vehicle. Finally, Honorable Speaker, allow me to make a comment on the Parliamentary Service Act and the Judicial Service Act. And this, we are trying to legislate, Honorable Speaker, matters that could have purely been administrative of nature. If it wasn't for intransigency of Salaries and Remuneration Commission, we would not have gotten to this level. This is now, we epitomize misuse of powers conferred to any particular state agency in either in the Constitution or an Act of Parliament. The CRC, to the very able layman's understanding and even a lawmaker's understanding, was basically to deal with salaries. The basics of mileage, basics of sleeping allowance, basics of daily allowances should surely be such mundane matters that a board of such content provided from the Constitution should not go into this. But we are forced to legislate this because CRC has become rogue, so to speak, has usurped power beyond the powers that was. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, miscellaneous amendment bill is always a mischievous amendment. So that there's less focus, on particular important matters so they get through. But I want to urge my colleagues who are here, the amendments and the Children's Act are extremely dangerous. I would even request JLAC to actually disallow or even remove an amendment, not to allow those particular amendments, because we are endangering the Kenyan children. We are allowing the Kenyan children to be in the hands of abusers, people who are going to abuse these children, regardless of relationship, whether blood or not. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I support the bill, but with reservations that will move in the committee of the whole House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Narok East, Honorable Aramat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the amendment bills. Madam Speaker, there is an amendment bill of winding up the nuclear agency. And Madam Speaker, we feel as a committee that winding up of the nuclear energy agency would not be of interest to this country. Madam Speaker, the nuclear agency is a state corporation established under the Energy Act of 2019, and it is in charge with the responsibility of promoting and implementing the nuclear programs in Kenya. Madam Speaker, Kenya has been a member state of the International Atomic Energy Agency since 1965, and this United Nations specialized agency responsible for safety, secure, and peace use of nuclear technology. Madam Speaker, we saw fit as a committee that the Nuclear Energy Agency, NUPEA, which has not been adequately funded by the Exchequer, should be funded adequately. And secondly, Madam Speaker, that the NUPEA should continue to discharge its mandate as stipulated in subsection of 56(1) of the Energy Act. Madam Speaker, we don't intend or we request this House to support the nuclear agency so that it should not be winded up. Madam Speaker, in our recommendation, Madam Speaker, that we intend to bring in the floor of this House, the committee proposes amendments that were supposed to be amendment to section 210, 12(1)E, 20. And Madam Speaker, we intend to table them in the committee of the whole House when it comes to the whole House, so that our recommendation as the committee should also be taken in or taken into consideration. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Marakwet West, Honorable Timothy Toroitich.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to comment on this particular proposed legislation. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I associate myself with the sentiments of Honorable Kaluma and Honorable Undo. Honorable Speaker, that sometimes it seems like we are sneaking in substantive amendments to certain legislations using statute law miscellaneous, which is an omnibus. Honorable Speaker, I believe, and I want I believe that this kind of miscellaneous amendments using a statute law are only meant to correct certain minor amendments. Honorable Speaker, looking at this bill in its entirety, it introduces very substantive amendments, which ideally should be amendments in the apparent legislations. Honorable Speaker, for example, if you look at the provision on the Children's Act, the amendment of the Children's Act, which touches on adoption. Honorable Speaker, my opinion is that particular amendment should be brought under the Children's Act, not under a miscellaneous statute law, because it goes to the core of that particular Children's Act. Honorable Speaker, if, for example, you look at that particular provision on the issue of adoption, Honorable Speaker, it provides for deletion of Section 186(4) of the Children's Act. Honorable Speaker, that provision provides that the court shall not make an adoption order in favor of a sole male applicant unless the applicant is a blood relative of the child. Honorable Speaker, in my opinion, the wisdom behind that particular provision of the law under the Children's Act was to protect the best interest of our children. Honorable Speaker, we now want to delete that particular provision and give sole male applicants the ability or the capacity to adopt children. In my opinion, that is actually the reason I have read the report. They are saying that that particular provision is discriminatory. Honorable Speaker, in my opinion, the same was put in that particular law to protect the best interest of a child. Honorable Speaker, we are giving a sole male applicant, for example, to adopt a girl. Honorable Speaker, we are not sure whether the best interest of that particular child will be protected by that sole male applicant. Honorable Speaker, that is a provision that when the time comes, I will propose that that particular provision be deleted. Honorable Speaker, subsequently, this also provision provides under 186 that 186F be deleted. Honorable Speaker, what does 186F say? Honorable Speaker, it provides that the court shall not make an adoption order in favor of an applicant or joint applicants if the applicant or joint applicants or any of them is a foreign applicant, except where the applicant is a biological relative of the child. Honorable Speaker, so we are opening up adoption of foreigners. Honorable Speaker, it must be with exemptions. If you read at this, so if we open up adoption for foreigners to our children, then it must be with moderation. So, Honorable Speaker, we must look further. If, for example, in the unlikely event that we adopt this particular amendment and we allow foreigners to adopt our children, then we must set up exemptions to that. As we speak, there are no exemptions to foreigners adopting our young children. So, Honorable Speaker, I oppose those two provisions, but Honorable Speaker, the others that I support. There is a provision to amend the National Youth Employment Act to delete the word youth. Honorable Speaker, that is an amendment that I support because that law must not only be in respect to the youth. Honorable Speaker, the issue of unemployment in this country is something that we must be able to address. And the wisdom behind that particular law was to address the issues of youth unemployment. But this country, there are so many graduates who are churning out of universities, and some do not get jobs even after exceeding the age of 35, which is outside the age of the youth bracket. So, Honorable Speaker, I support the amendment to the effect that in the title of that particular law, we delete the word youth so that it is that law becomes the National Employment Act, so that it doesn't confine itself to the youth only. There are people in this country who are 38 years, they are 40 years, they are 45 years, they are 50 years, but have not been employed. So if we have this act only apply to the unemployed youth, then it is discriminatory upon those who have attained the age of 35 because this particular law will not apply to them. So I support the amendment to the extent that the word youth is deleted so that it becomes the National Employment Authority. So, Honorable Speaker, I rise to express my mind on this particular statute law amendment, but to the extent that we shall have time to express our reservations when it comes to the second reading. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Aldai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to support the amendments to the scrap metal bill with reservations. And the first of the reservations, as discussed by the committee, is the composition of the Scrap Metal Council. The Scrap Metal Council, as proposed in the bill, does not take care of all the players who are supposed to be in this particular council. For example, this composition does not have, for example, the Ministry of Trade, Industry. It actually just talks about industrialization, and it also recognizes a person nominated by a body called Scrap Metal Dealers Association, which association is not registered or recognized as a body corporate in law. So therefore, the amendments to the Scrap Metal Council, the committee, with the trade committee which had considered this, shall be bringing those amendments. The second amendment is on restrictions from dealing in the scrap metal, and it talks about these restrictions shall be only given to people who are members of Scrap Metal Dealers Association. As I mentioned, the Scrap Metal Dealers Association is a body that is not a body corporate registered or not a body that can be recognized in law, and therefore the amendment that we shall be bringing as a committee is that the license or the scrap metal dealers shall be registered by the Scrap Metal Council as opposed to the Scrap Metal Dealers Association. The other issue is on issues of exports of scrap metal. I think the committee considered this and brought out issues to do with exports be allowed for certain metals except restrictions to rare metals like copper and other rare metals, and that I think should come out clearly because those metals are really precious in our country, and if we allow for exports of those rare metals, then it becomes also expensive when they are coming back into this country. The other issue is the Scrap Metal Council. The proposal was to change the name from calling it Scrap Metal Council to Scrap Metal Recycling Agency. And the reason for this is because of the bad name and the bad image and the bad reputation that has always been held by the name Scrap Metal Council. Madam Speaker, the other issue we wanted to bring was the restriction of the scrap metal. I think one of the members had raised the issue of restricting scrap metal to certain institutions and open it to all institutions, especially scrap metal from our assets. This is our natural assets, and that is restrictions to have scrap metal only dealt by Numerical Machine Complex and National Shipping Council. I think as a committee, we maintained that these two institutions should be the only ones who should be allowed to purchase the scrap metal from public entities, and this is a way to protect the natural assets because these properties, if not protected, can give us many issues. And there are some amendments that are already in the bill that also goes to support the protection of these natural assets, and this is the destruction of infrastructure under Clause 24 and information regarding stolen or lost property, as well as restriction on licenses on who should deal with scrap metal. And these particular provisions that have been provided in these amendments go a long way in protecting the national assets of national infrastructure. For example, our electricity, our water and sewerage, and telecommunication infrastructure that this country has spent a lot to put up. So if we don't put those restrictions, then we will be allowing our assets or our properties to be destroyed if those restrictions are not in place. So there are amendments that we as a committee shall be proposing during the third reading so that they conform with the amendments that are already proposed in the miscellaneous amendment bill. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Mili, are you on this one? You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I'll be very brief. Madam Speaker, I know several members have spoken to the issue of amendment of the National Youth Authority Act. And Madam Speaker, I just wish to disagree with the members. I remember Honorable Sakaja is the one who brought the bill, and the reason that he brought it then was because of a concern over the issue of youth unemployment. And we do agree and acknowledge that there are very many people who are not in the youth age bracket that are not employed. As a matter of fact, we know very many people who have qualified as teachers and have retired without even being employed as teachers with TSC numbers. But Madam Speaker, having said that, the greatest challenge we are facing in the country is youth unemployment. And you can see with the rising cases of insecurity, of violence, of theft. As a matter of fact, in my own constituency, I think yesterday, there's a woman who was abducted at a market called Ogongo Market. Madam Speaker, last week, a boda rider was killed. The wife who had just given birth recently, she was just 15 days after giving birth, was raped, was gang raped by these guys. And these people had already stolen his motorbike before and were coming for his second motorbike when they killed him and raped the wife. And Madam Speaker, the reason why you find this kind of situation is because we have very many idle youth. They have no opportunities in life. They become desperate. They become thieves. And because of that, they even get into all other evil activities. So if, Madam Speaker, we again open it up to all unemployed people, the challenge that we have seen in this country is that sometimes you think common sense is common, but it's not that common. You will find that a person who is in their 70s who has retired will be deemed to be unemployed if they have retired and be given a job, because then they fall within that category. So for me, that is a situation which I do not support. I also support, though I support the amendment to the Copyright Act, and especially the inclusion of equitable remuneration of performers and producers of sound recordings, and Madam Speaker, including collective management organizations towards the authors and performers. Madam Speaker, this is because it is very difficult to be in the creative industry. Madam Speaker, I speak as an author and I know what it takes. And because we are in the creative industry, and especially because we are also competing a lot with the .com, some of us sit for hours and years to actually produce a book. But you know, this young generation, they just sit for a minute, imitate what Honorable Millie Odhiambo is doing, get 1 million followers and get money. As we are not lucky enough to do that, but we have to do, more strenuous work around this. So I do support that. Madam Speaker, I support the proposed amendment to the Fisheries Management and Development Act, but want to encourage the majority leader that other than this miscellaneous amendment, please bring a more comprehensive amendment to the Fisheries Management Act, because we are facing several. Thank you. He has alerted me that there is a bill, and I will actually look at it, because we are facing very, very serious challenges in the fishing industry. There is always clashes with the fisher folk. More recently, people from Homa Bay Town constituency came and killed people in my own constituency because they are fighting over different fishing methods and different space. Unlike the land where people have title deeds, there are no title deeds in the lake. And we have different kinds of fishing that requires people to fish different times. This was never foreseen in the past because we have always thought that the waters are infinite. But we have discovered that it's now limited as the populations grow, as people move to fish in my area. As a matter of fact, actually, the persons that play a very significant role of fisheries in my constituency are Somalis. We are not against them, but it just shows you that this is a small resource, that people are coming all the way from northern Kenya, from Uganda, from Tanzania, to use the same resource. And conflicts are bound to arise, and we must therefore come up with the laws that actually deal with those kind of issues. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to agree to some extent with Honorable Kaluma on the issue of adoption. I'm saying to some extent because you have to look at carefully the Constitution, and I presume the persons who are seeking this amendment are looking at the issue of discrimination. that if you are looking at a single female applicant can be allowed to adopt a child, I'm sure they are thinking, what about a single male applicant? I think what I would propose is that there should be a further amendment, whether for female or male, so that we look at the best interest of a child anytime we are dealing with the issue of adoption. Because, Madam Speaker, we have very unique and special circumstances relating to children in adoption spectrum. And Madam Speaker, as a person who actually brought the bill on counter-trafficking in persons, as a consequence of being the director of the Cradle the Children Foundation, then, I'm not the director now, and I dealt with many cases of trafficking, one which even forced us to exhume a body to confirm whether one of the children was actually a child to the parents or the alleged parents. And Madam Speaker, because of that, if we want to stem that, it is important that we stem the issues of trafficking in person. Honorable Ichungwa, you know you cannot harass me here. I know you have missed me. But if you want me to deal with you, I will deal with you perpendicularly. Sorry, but I don't want to deal with you today. But Madam Speaker, I just want to indicate that because of that, I do support, but I would be supporting with the proposed further amendments, that you must look at unique circumstances and situations relating to specific children and their circumstances. I support with amendments.
Honorable Ishungwa, Honorable Millie says she's in a good mood today. She's not willing to deal with you. I'll call you to reply. There being no further request on this one.
Thank you, Speaker. And as a reply, I don't know if you also heard the first sentence from the Honorable Millie. She says she knows I miss her, but she's not going to deal with me today. Honorable Speaker, as she knows, I was not harassing her. Because I know how passionate Millie is on child welfare and child care matters, and indeed matters touching on women's rights and gender equality. Therefore, I cannot harass her, and I know she was also missing me, and she's happy to see me, just like as I'm happy to see her. But Honorable Speaker, allow me as a reply to begin with the issue, that particular issue of the provisions relating to the Child Care Act. And Honorable Speaker, as I mentioned, I think the Honorable Owen Bayer mentioned during the time he was moving this bill on my behalf, this emanated from a court ruling that allowed now single males to be able to adopt children. But there are concerns, Honorable Speaker, and I want to agree with many members who have raised this issue, that indeed there is a major concern on matters touching on issues to do with child trafficking. There are also issues touching on...
Hold on. Honorable Kaluma, what's out of order?
The Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Majority Leader, whom I respect very much, has mentioned, proposed in this bill, which is arising from some court ruling. Would we have that court ruling so that we are rightly informed? Because I'm not aware of any. And I doubt any legitimate court, proper court, and we have very competent courts, can make such a ruling in the light of the provisions of Article 53 of the Constitution.
Honorable Ishungwa, do you have that? Do you have the court ruling?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, and if the Honorable Kaluma was here during the time the Deputy Leader of Majority moved this bill, he actually, and if you go back to the Hansard, you'll be able to see, he actually quoted the actual case and the actual court ruling that exists. But that is not to say, Honorable Speaker, that there are no concerns even without the court ruling, and we can get to the Hansard then for the Honorable Kaluma, who is a very polished lawyer, to be able to go through the ruling, and he should be able to tell us whether they can be able to challenge that particular ruling in court. But also, because members have raised the same issues that I agree with, Honorable Speaker, there are major concerns, especially with issues touching on child trafficking when we allow single males to be able to adopt children. Honorable Speaker, there are also issues to do with issues that I do not want to mention, Honorable Speaker, touching on the care of children. But it is okay for a single male to adopt a relative
Honorable Speaker, for instance, if I wasn't married, or if the Honorable Kaluma wasn't married, and by bad luck, a relative lost, you lost a relative and who has a child, you should be able to adopt that child. But if you have no relation to a child, Honorable Speaker, I think it is only right that we do not allow single males who have no relation to a child, as it were in the original act. And Honorable Speaker, during the third reading, we'll be moving amendments to drop this particular amendment to also allow the House to consider, together with other substantive bills other than in statute miscellaneous bill, the consideration of even all those provisions that have been nullified by the courts in a substantive child care bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you've also heard the concerns that have been raised by the Committee on Industry and Trade and Industry on certain provisions of the Scrap Metal Act. And again, Honorable Speaker, we'll be moving to effect the necessary amendments during the Committee of the Whole and the third reading. Honorable Speaker, there are also concerns that have been raised, I think, by the Honorable Aramat during debate on provisions that relate to the winding up of the Nuclear Power and Energy Agency and transferring most of its functions to the ministry. And again, Honorable Speaker, we'll be considering those particular concerns during third reading and Committee of the Whole House. On the Fisheries and Management Development Act, as I mentioned to my good friend Millie, there is actually a substantive bill on matters touching on fisheries management that I know is currently in the Senate, and when it comes, it will cover many more of the issues that touch on our fisheries management. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply. And Honorable Speaker, as I reply, also to request you to indulge the House to have the question put at a later time other than now for obvious reasons.
Thank you. The request is assented to. Honorable members, we'll move to the next order. And just to note, maybe let me get the order read out first.
Order number 9, motion, consideration of Senate amendments to the National Rating Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2022.
The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Lands, Honorable Nyamoko, you ready?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to move that the motion that the Senate amendments to the National Rating Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2022 be now considered. Madam Speaker, we have this bill coming back to the House for the second time. And just to jog the memories of the Honorable House and the members, the National Rating Bill, National Bill number 55 of 2022, aims to create a comprehensive legislation framework for imposition of property rates and land and buildings by the county governments. Number 2, it also provides for valuation of rateable properties. Number 3, it also provides for the appointment of property valuers. And lastly, Madam Speaker, it also provides for the establishment of National Rating Tribunal. Madam Speaker, the National Assembly considered and passed the National Rating Bill, number 55 of 22, and passed it with amendments on 11th October 23. Following which, the Speaker forwarded the same to the Senate for consideration. The Senate considered the bill and passed it with further amendments on 9th May 2024. In total, the Senate amended 11 clauses of this bill, of which the committee adopted or approved 5 and rejected the 8 of the proposed amendments. Madam Speaker, without necessarily going to the details of the clauses which the committee adopted and which were rejected, I want to say that the committee carefully studied these amendments. We had enough time to engage with the Ministry of Finance and Treasury because they are the ones who originated this bill. And I'm very sure that this report, which has been prepared by the committee, contains the wishes of the members in the interests of the nation, and we are seeking for support and concurrence of the members that we adopt the bill by accepting the 3 and rejecting the 8. That will give us an opportunity for us to proceed to engage with the Senate during when we are going to arbitration. And with that, I'll want to request the Honorable Leader of Majority to second this motion.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to second this motion on consideration of the Senate amendments to the National Rating Bill. And as the Chair has said, Honorable Speaker, the committee has considered all the amendments, and they agree with a number of the amendments as amended by our Senate, our colleagues in the Senate. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from the member for Emurua Dikir and the member for Kiamba, but the laughter was coming from the member for Emurua Dikir. And you know, Honorable Speaker, these people who purport to be kingpins have a problem. You have seen the problems that we have in the Mount Kenya region because of this kingpin syndrome. Now the member for Emurua Dikir, who purports to be the Kipsigis kingpin, is now harassing the Honorable Kawanjiko because the Honorable Kawanjiko is able to withstand
Majority
kingpins
Leader,
from the Mount Kenya region.
we will just ask Honorable Member for Emurua Dikir to keep the consultations low. That's it.
And especially the laughter.
That's it.
The laughter is choking. Honorable Speaker, I was saying when the Committee for Lands considered these amendments, they have
What
agreed
is
with
out
the
of order,
number
Honorable
of
Kaluma?
these amendments, Honorable Speaker.
Is it on that
and
same...
the amendments...
Hold on, Majority Leader. Honorable Kaluma, I hope you are not on member.
Honorable Speaker, I hope you are attentive to Honorable Ichungwa, who is our Majority Leader and the Leader of the House. Honorable Speaker, did you hear Honorable Ichungwa say the Honorable MP for Emurua Dikir is purporting to be the kingpin, when it is something of which judicial notice can be taken, something which is acknowledged, that Honorable Joanna Ngeno is the kingpin of Rift Valley, something which was done in public, all elders, and it was duly enthroned. Why should our Majority Leader, who is our leader,
Member for Homa Bay Town,
undermine our exploits in leadership?
Honorable Kaluma, whatever flaw that was agreed on is not the flaw of this House. So, Majority Leader, kindly focus on the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And the Honorable Kaluma knows I said purporting, because as you rightly say, Honorable Speaker, all kingpins purport to be kingpins, but are never appointed by anybody. Honorable Speaker, I was saying the Committee for Lands has also disagreed substantially with a number of amendments. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it would only be right that we allow the committee and this House to have a second shot at this bill and the amendments that have emanated from the Senate, to agree with the Senate on the ones that they agree on, but also to move the House to disagree, so that we can have an opportunity through the mediation process, as provided for in our standing orders and the Constitution, for the two houses to be able to have an opportunity to sit. And I'm certain our Committee for Lands, or rather the members that this House may appoint in mediation without preempting debate, would be able to sit with our colleagues in the Senate and agree on those that are contentious, and we consider a mediated version of this bill, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, beg to second and do request the House to disagree with the amendments in the Senate, so that we may cause the setting up of a mediation committee. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to second.
I therefore propose the motion that the Senate amendments to the National Rating Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2022, be now considered. And before I give the members to indulge on this one, just to note that if this motion is lost, then order number 10, Roman 1, will not happen. If it is lost, the committee of the whole will not happen. And Roman 2 had already been stepped down by the Speaker. That is the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill. So if this is passed, then we'll go on with committee of the whole. If not, order number 10 shall not be called. Member for Funyula.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to say one or two words on Senate amendment and specifically this motion. And Honorable Speaker, I can remember very well the acrimonious way we passed this bill in this House in October last year, when together with other technical professionals in this field, we had raised some far-reaching amendments that would have enriched the bill, so to speak. And the Honorable Speaker, I'm again afraid when it went to the Senate probably also just went to bed and slept and failed to pick out the genesis and the gist of the bill. But regardless of what has come here, that's what we have here now. We would have to pass it, then indulge in any amendments after the requisite time provided for the standing order. Honorable Speaker, I want to join the committee in rejecting some of the amendments proposed by Senate. And this, I must say, it was either done in ignorance or impunity or lack of due diligence on how rating and evaluation for rating ought to have to be done and the international best practices. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the Senate amendment to clause 12, it's outrightly unconstitutional. Is outrightly unconstitutional because the mandate conferred to the National Land Commission and Article 67 is exclusive and cannot be shared by an amorphous body purporting to call itself Council of County Governors. There is no way, probably even a body that has got a passing mention in a legislation can purport to share the mandate with the Constitutional Commission. On that, I totally agree with them, and that also applies, Honorable Speaker, to clause 20, also applies to other clauses, Honorable Speaker. I totally agree. I also agree entirely with the committee on the proposed inclusion of new clause 24A. Honorable Speaker, you cannot purport to create an office in public service through such kind of a bill. Those positions ought to be either created under the Valuers Act or created pursuant by the amendment to the various respective acts of parliament. So I totally agree with them that cannot happen. Honorable Speaker, also when you go to clause 30A, Honorable Speaker, from a professional practice point of view, to prepare a supplementary valuation roll, there are circumstances that require supplementary valuation roll to be prepared. And Honorable Speaker, valuation as a practice is at the date of valuation. You cannot backdate a valuation. So to purport to insert a clause that when you are preparing a supplementary evaluation roll, you can only do it independent on the data or whatever is available at the time of undertaking evaluation roll, then it's to miss the purpose, professional purpose, academic purpose of a supplementary evaluation roll. On that, I totally also agree with them. Honorable Speaker, I also agree in ownership of property, in the proprietary right of ownership of a property, there's nothing, nobody, no person called an occupier. Who was an occupier? An occupier connotes an authorized inversion. So to purport that an occupier can become a rateable owner is in a way to legitimize unlawful occupation of any parcel of land or property for purposes of conferring a title that is illegal. Honorable Speaker, in seconding the amendments the rejections or the proposal by the committee, we also want to beseech the committee that when they go for mediation, they need to be very clear so that you do not have to allow any form of coercion to allow for them to get into this. It's totally agreeable that rating is a preserve of the county government. But the structure of the county government is very clear. Whatever is the mandate of the county government, let it remain the mandate of the county government. What is about the mandate of the national government, as set out in the Constitution, let it remain the mandate of the county government. In essence, Honorable Speaker, is only the imposition and the collection of the rates that is denoted to the county government. But preparation of the evaluation role, Honorable Speaker, is a matter domiciled at the National Land Commission, which has got the powers and authority to delegate to them to any specific and competent office in the national government. That should never be lost to the chair of the committee when he goes for mediation. And I hope the technical team in the committee will aptly and appropriately guide the committee so that we do not lose the gist of rating and evaluation for rating. Then we go to somebody moves to court, and then Parliament in totality, he says, seems to lack competent technical and legislators to guide in such a specialized area. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the report by the committee. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Gatundu North, Honorable Kururia. Honorable Kawanjiko, you both are out of order. Go to the bar and bow, then come in. You know how to do it. Member for Emuru Adikir, are you on this one? Member for Sotik, are you on this one?
Madam Speaker, I think I spoke to this. If it is
Honorable Ngeno, you have put an indication of your card that you would like to speak.
But you know, Madam Speaker, I was anticipating a very serious debate ahead of this one. And that is why I had to put myself in front of, ahead of everything.
So,
but on this one, I think I
not
made
on
some,
this one. Member for Sotik, is it on this one?
Madam Speaker, I think I've just come in and I need a bit of time.
Bongeno, you have had a kamukunji there that is very long. The miscellaneous we are done with. Actually, you missed it. This is the national rating bill from the Senate. Therefore, there being no interest on this matter, mover, reply. Chair for lands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity again. Let me take this opportunity to thank all the members who contributed to this bill and say that we'll make arrangements as we go to engage the Senate so that the comments which have come from the floor will be taken into consideration, and also the deliberations which we had as a committee. With that, Honorable Speaker, I reply and also request you, as per our standing orders, order number 533, I request that you defer putting the question to a later date. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Your request is assented to. Next order.
Order number 11, the Equalization Fund, Appropriation number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2023, second reading.
Vice Chair Budget, Honorable Mary Emase.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill on the Equalization Fund Appropriation number 2, Bill 2023, Senate Bill number 30 of 2023 be read a second time. Honorable Speaker, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill 2023 was published on the 20th of July 2023 and introduced in the Senate. The Senate considered the bill and passed it with amendments on 21st of February 2024. Consequently, the bill was referred to the National Assembly for concurrence as per Article 110(4) of the Constitution and Standing Order 161 of the Senate Standing Orders. The Equalization Fund, Madam Speaker, is established under Article 2041 of the Constitution, which requires that 0.5% or 0.5% of all the revenue collected by national government each year be paid into the fund. The amount is calculated on the basis of the most recent audited accounts of revenue received and as approved by the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, Article 2042 of the Constitution provides that the national government shall use the Equalization Fund only to provide basic services, including water, roads, health, electricity, uses it to facilitate marginalized areas to the extent necessary to bring the quality of those services in those areas to the level generally enjoyed by the rest of the country. Madam Speaker, allocations from the fund to the marginalized areas are undertaken in line with a predetermined policy developed by the Commission of Revenue Allocation, the CRA Commission, as mandated in Article 2164 of the Constitution. Currently, the second policy, which identifies 1,424 marginalized areas across 34 counties, is under implementation. Each marginalized area is allocated a share of the Equalization Fund based on allocation factor and as determined by CRA. Madam Speaker, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill for the financial year 23-24 proposes to appropriate a total of 10.87 billion. Out of this 10.87 billion, 8.57 are allocations for the financial year 22-23, and 2.5 is arrears. Sorry, for the financial year 23-24, and 2.5 are arrears. Out of this amount, 10.54 billion is to be shared among marginalized areas in the 34 counties for development expenditure. But there is an allocation of 326 million for recurrent expenses, for recurrent expenses of the board, which is in line with Regulation 10.3 of the Public Finance Management, Equalization Fund Administration Regulations 2021. The 326 million is to be used by the Equalization Fund Advisory Board, recurrent expenditure. The law provides that the board expenses shall not be more than 3% of the annual approved equalization fund. And therefore, the 326 is the 3% of the total proposed 10.87 billion. Madam Speaker, the bill outlines the conditions for the usage and operation of the fund in the Equalization Fund Appropriations Bill number 2, Bill for financial year 2023-2024. The conditions include the following. 1, exclusion of funds from being paid into the county revenue fund. This condition is anchored in the provisions of Article 2071 of the Constitution and Section 1092C of the Public Finance Management Act 2012. In conformity to this condition, the bill provides that each beneficiary county to the funds are to be transferred. Each beneficiary county, which funds are to be transferred, shall open an account with the Central Bank of Kenya, and such funds shall be utilized for the development expenditure and shall stay in that account until those projects are completed. 2, the approval granted shall not lapse until the projects identified in each of the counties specified in the first column of the bill are completed. Amendments of the bill by the Senate. The import of the amendments by the Senate. One is basically to safeguard the monies in the fund from lapsing until the identified projects are completed. The other one is that it simply captures the expenditure, the 326 million expenditure of the board, which had been omitted in the published bill. And the other one is basically to differentiate. It's meant to differentiate the act from the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill Act 2023 for financial year 2021-22 and 2022-2023, which was enacted in June 2023. Basically, that is the import of the amendments. What our committee did make observations. In considering the Equalization Fund Appropriations Bill as amended by the Senate, the Budget and Appropriations Committee made the following observations. Honorable Speaker, the first observation is that while the bill intends to appropriate a total of Kenya shillings 10.87 billion to the fund, the money available in the approved supplementary estimates 2023-2024 is Kenya shillings 10.077 billion. This translates to a shortfall of Kenya shillings 790 billion. A budgetary reduction that was undertaken due to a significant delay in the passage of the bill into law. Owing to resource constraints on account of revenue underperformance, the committee noted that it would be a challenge to reinstate this amount into the budget. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, there is no allocation in the supplementary 2 budget of the Kenya shillings 10.33 billion appropriated by the Equalization Fund Appropriation Act 2023. That is the allocation for financial year 2021-2022 and financial year 2022-2023, even though the act is already in place. This is despite a commitment from National Treasury after the allocation was revised to 0 in supplementary 2 of the financial year 22-23 to allocate this amount in the supplementary budget for the financial year 2023-2024. Third, the committee also observed that the total allocation to the fund approved by Parliament since inception is Kenya shillings 22.7 billion, against a total entitlement to the fund of 62.4 billion. Thus, there are arrears amounting to 39.7 billion. The committee, the Budget and Appropriations Committee, urges the National Treasury to adhere to its plan presented to Parliament, which indicated that arrears will be cleared in 4 financial years, beginning financial year 2024-2025, with an allocation of Kenya shillings 9.98 billion in each financial year. Notably, in financial year 24-25, the National Treasury has allocated Kenya shillings 3.5 billion as arrears to the fund, and not the Kenya shillings 9.98 billion as earlier committed. Finally, on observations, the committee noted that the Equalization Fund Appropriations Act 2023 and the allocation in the Equalization Fund Appropriations Bill 2023 for financial year 23-24 will be utilized to implement the second marginalization policy. However, the second policy lapsed in June 2021, and the third policy is yet to be implemented. Committee recommendations. The committee, considering the above matters, the committee recommends the following. Non-financial recommendations. That by 30th September 2024, the National Treasury submits to Parliament a revised plan for clearance of arrears to the Equalization Fund. And 2, that within 6 months upon adoption of this report, the Commission on Revenue Allocation consultation with relevant stakeholders submits the third marginalization policy recommendations to Parliament pursuant to Article 216(5) of the Constitution. Finally, Madam Speaker, we had financial recommendations. The committee recommended that, having examined the Equalization Fund appropriation number 2 Bill 2023 vis-a-vis the current fiscal framework, the committee recommends that this House approves the bill with amendments as proposed in the attached schedule. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move. And I therefore request Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu to second. Thank you.
Makali Mulu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by thanking the Vice Chair of our committee for that effective moving of this bill. And I stand to second. As I second, Honorable Speaker, I want to make the following observations. Honorable Speaker, Equalization Fund was a very good idea. That's why it's part of our constitution. And the idea was to ensure that those areas which had been marginalized by earlier development programs and policies catch up with the rest of the country. And that's why the allocation of 0.5% of the audited revenue is supposed to go to Equalization Fund. Looking at the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, this fund is supposed to be running for 20 years, since 2010. But you realize that over time, Honorable Speaker, this fund has faced a number of challenges. And these challenges have actually meant the fund not to be very effective in terms of achieving the intended objective. One of the challenges is the issue of delayed funding, Honorable Speaker. Just as Honorable Emasi has said, looking at what should have been allocated as at now and what has been allocated, you realize that we have we have a high number in terms of years where we have not allocated as per the Constitution, Honorable Speaker. And that's why the balance of that 9.7 billion, which has not been allocated, is actually a disservice to these marginalized areas. So, Honorable Speaker, it is important that this House, as we debate this bill, takes the matter of releasing the areas and budgeting for the areas seriously. The second issue, Honorable Speaker, is initially 14 counties had been identified to benefit from this fund. But over time, the counties have now moved to 34. And what that has done, Honorable Speaker, is now the money is being spread thinly to many counties. And as a result of that, then, you also have what I will call micro projects, which might not have as huge impact as it would be if we had the 14 counties. So even as we spread these resources thinly, Honorable Speaker, it is important we think about the impact. Because if you look, initially it was supposed to cater for infrastructure, electricity, health issues, and in a situation where you start now addressing the small dispensaries all over the country, it might not have as much impact as it should be having. The other thing which is important, Honorable Speaker, is the implementation challenges. This fund has faced serious implementation challenges. And through the board, we thought by having a board, things would move smoothly. But over time, Honorable Speaker, we are realizing that this issue of the board is also a major entrance to the implementation. And I think really we need to streamline this process, the implementation process. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, we might have no choice as a House, but then to extend the allowed period of 20 years so that it goes beyond 20 years. Because like now we have done over 10 years, nothing is moving on the ground, and if anything is moving, it's very little. So imagine whether we'll be able to capture all these resources in the next 10 years. So I think matters implementation should be taken up seriously by this House, and that's why I want to support the recommendation where we are saying, as we approve this bill, that within 30 days, we need to come up with a very clear framework in terms of how things are going to be done, in terms of realizing the areas, and also implementation, Honorable Speaker. Because that is very, very important, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you look at what's up, the issue of the 790 million, which the senators are proposing, that was caused because, Honorable Speaker, even though the law requires that once we allocate the money, we should not touch the money. But Treasury has come up with a practice whereby every year, if they want to get money from anywhere to sort another problem in the country, they always go to the equalization fund, reduce the resources, and claim that in the next financial year, they will be able to replenish the balances. And I think this is a serious matter, Honorable Speaker. So we need to make sure that as a House, we strictly adhere to the financial requirement that once the money is allocated or appropriated for equalization fund, those resources remain there, and we make sure that we push Treasury so that the resources are released. And as a result of that, Honorable Chair, then we will be able, Honorable Chair, to realize the intended objectives of this fund, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as a committee, we had said this year we'll provide about 3.5 billion, which is part of the arrears, which was actually coming to around 11 billion. Now you can see the figures also come down a bit to 10.87. And I think these small changes are the changes which are affecting this fund. So my plea to this House is, honorable members, we support this bill so that we pave the way for utilization of these resources. And by doing that, we'll be helping other parts of this country which were marginalized. And Honorable Speaker, if you look at the origin of this marginalization, where it started, Honorable Speaker, you realize that the seasonal paper number 1 of 1965 was more focused on this country using our resources to develop the high potential areas, which means we left behind the ASO areas and other areas which are marginalized. So it is very important that with that background, Honorable Speaker, that this House facilitates utilization of these resources in the areas which are marginalized, and as a result of that, we'll be able then to move the country to the rest of the country, to catch up with the rest of the country in terms of development. So with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second and urge the House we support this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I therefore propose that the Equalization Fund Appropriation number 2, Bill number 2, Senate Bill number 30 of 2023 be read a second time. I can see there's quite some interest on this. I will give the member for Mwingi West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity actually to add the voice on this matter, which is actually motto in this country, Madam Speaker. And the first thing I would like to thank the committee for the work they have done, and the Senate, of course, where it has originated, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I recall the CEO, Guyo, met our committee on this matter. And some of the challenges, actually, he told us, it touches on many aspects. And this fund was established constitutionally in 2010 to address the disparities among the counties in terms of development in issues to deal with the water, electricity, health care, and roads, Madam Speaker. And you have heard there are challenges facing this implementation, challenges of the Treasury delaying the releasing of the funds has been the main issue. We are talking in less than actually 6 years, we have got a deficit of 40 billion, which has not been remitted to these counties, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we need to address this issue and also inform the Treasury that this fund is a constitutional fund and implementation must be taken to avoid lacuna state of our constitution, Madam Speaker. The other issue, of course, in terms of implementation, we need to challenge the Commission on Revenue Allocation to come up with a proper policy, Madam Speaker, of addressing the policy of marginalization policy. If you look at this list, the counties which are benefiting, some of them have got similar characteristics like mine in Mwingi West. And most of these counties, my place, I'm not even getting equalization fund. We need to come up with another criteria of selecting the areas that are already marginalized. And without even arguing, Mwingi West is one of the most marginalized area in this country. There is no explanation you can tell me Garissa, Tana River, and most of the constituencies surrounding me are getting equalization fund. And when it comes to Mwingi West, we are not there, Madam Speaker. We are being told we are developed. Majority of the population in my constituency is still lacking access to good roads, access to clean water, access to electricity, access to other health facilities, Madam Speaker. So we need to come up with a clear policy of adding more areas that have already been marginalized, Madam Speaker. And with those few remarks, I support, but still we need to press very hard for Treasury to make sure the areas that have already been incurred in this fund are fully remitted to benefit the Kenyans without necessarily delaying them. With those few remarks, I support, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Michael Mushira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I start to support the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill as laid by the Vice Chair Budget. Madam Chair, this fund, as everybody knows, is important towards taking care of the marginalized counties. But Mr. Speaker, as I am supporting, Madam Speaker, as I am supporting, I'd wish to really this House to consider the effectiveness of this fund, because, Mr. Speaker, this fund was meant to bring the marginalized counties at par with other counties in the country. But looking at it critically, Madam Speaker, as the report has stated, we started with 14 counties. And one would have expected that with time, as we bring these counties at par with other counties, the counties would reduce below 14. But, Madam Speaker, as you can see, the counties that are marginalized continue increasing. And that means that probably this fund is not being used effectively. Madam Speaker, we've seen some of the counties advertising projects that are not of any significant importance or that are not likely to create any impact to those counties. When you use this fund to do a road of 5 million, to do things that are not sustainable, Madam Speaker, we would wonder whether these marginalized counties will ever become removed from that bracket of marginalization. Speaker, but having said so, now that the CRA is doing the third marginalization policy, I would ask the Commission to really do a proper study so that the counties, we would want to know the counties, the 14 counties that were being considered since 2010, how far have they come out of the marginalization? And we also now speaking for Nyandarua, Madam Speaker, you find that in Nyandarua, we have an area called Daragwa. Daragwa is really marginalized. And Madam Speaker, I've always wondered why CRA has never thought of considering Daragwa, which is dry, completely dry. People are given food there. A very marginalized constituency in Nyandarua. And therefore, I would wish CRA to consider Nyandarua as a marginalized area in the third marginalization policy, and specifically, not even my constituency, Mr. Speaker, but Daragwa constituency. With those few remarks, I support.
Kiona Bonaisula Lesuda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also join my colleagues and rise to support the Equalization Appropriations Bill as tabled by the Vice Chair, Honorable Emase, of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. Madam Speaker, I just want to point out a number of issues regarding the Equalization Fund. And we all know as a country that there was a conversation in 2010 when we were coming up with our constitution, and it was agreed that there are some areas in our country which have been left behind in terms of development since we got independence, Madam Speaker. And this is something that was canvassed across the country, and it was agreed, and the Equalization Fund was captured in the Constitution. Madam Speaker, it is unfortunate that since the realization of the Equalization Fund, this is just the second time that funds have been released to the counties that are supposed to benefit from the Equalization Fund, Madam Speaker. And we have had a lot of pull and push in this House, pushing for the release of this money, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy that recently 10 billion was released to the 14 counties. It is unfortunate that when we still have a balance of 39.7 billion counties, Madam Speaker, CRA opened another Pandora's box of going against the 14 counties. Now we are at 34 counties. We are going to the third generation formula, Madam Speaker. I don't know how many counties again. You know, there was a reason, a well-thought process why we had the 14 counties, Madam Speaker. You know, when I listen to my colleagues talking about pockets of underdevelopment in their counties, Madam Speaker, while some of us talk about underdevelopment in an entire county, Madam Speaker. For example, in Samburu County, we were able to get tarmac just a few years ago, 2 that get to Maralal Town, our headquarters, Madam Speaker. While some people are talking about tarmac roads connecting to villages, Madam Speaker. And so it is important for us as a country to appreciate the role that Equalization Fund plays and why these counties were thought through when we were doing our constitution, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about the Equalization Fund, the monies once they are released to the counties. The challenge that we see is that once the committee or the people who sit at the county level, Madam Speaker, to come up with the projects that should be funded by the Equalization Fund, we find it that we are looking at very minute, small projects, Madam Speaker. A road of 8 million, a road of 10 million, a road of 11 million, Madam Speaker. Those are functions that the county governments can do. The whole important, or the reason why the country thought about Equalization Fund was to do mega projects that actually uplift the lives of those people in those counties. And so if it's a major dam, if it's a major water supply issue, if it is a road that is connecting a sub-county and a sub-county, or even inter-county, Madam Speaker. Otherwise, the lapse of this Equalization Fund will get here. And when you look at our counties, we are still at the same place. And so I will also urge the governors and even us members of parliament, because we have representatives in those in that board, Madam Speaker, that we should look at the bigger picture. It will not sail again. It will not fly. In another 10 years, 20 years, we are still talking about marginalization in our counties, Madam Speaker. Kenyans will say, you've had your time, you've had the fund. What exactly can people see that this fund has done in our counties, Madam Speaker? And so I would urge the governors, because they are the ones who are actually controlling most of this money now. And one other thing, the things that are agreed by the board, Madam Speaker, that these are our priority areas. The governors should stop going again to sit with their own finance people and sitting with a few people and rearranging what the people on the ground have prioritized to be done through Equalization Fund, Madam Speaker. And so I want that our governors can look at the bigger picture and see to it that this Equalization Fund, Madam Speaker, will deal on very critical issues for us. Finally, and that is what I want to conclude with, Madam Speaker. This whole issue of us as a country, when we see something working for other people, we say that even us, we want from the same place, or we want from that place. There is a reason, and I keep telling some of my colleagues, please come and be a member of parliament of Samburu and stay one day there. They will not even survive. First, from the heat, from the no roads, no water, they will not survive there. And so let the people who benefit from the equalization fund benefit until when we are at a certain level of development. You can fight for your own fund.
Hold on. Honorable Kwenya, what is out of order?
Madam Speaker, the gracious member should be seated when I'm on point of order so that I can address the Speaker effectively. Mr. Speaker, you see, the member for Samburu is insinuating that we do not have the capacity to represent people anywhere in this country. I don't know from what premise she's speaking from, because she doesn't have the measure, so to say, to know what we go through as members of parliament. I come from a very cold area, and I believe that any member who is in this house can represent members of Kinangop.
Honorable Kwenya, when your time comes, you can also refer to the same, that they cannot survive in the cold of Kinangop. It's a point of debate. Honorable Naisula, continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so I just wanted to say that even as we raise our issues and of the different counties and constituencies that we come from, Madam Speaker, we should do it appreciating the diversity of our country, the different challenges that we face in different parts of the country, Madam Speaker, but not fight or look like we are talking against each other, like demeaning. There is a certain narrative that has been going across this country, Madam Speaker, that all the funds that go to the northeastern region is just being embezzled. It's the one building Nairobi County, Madam Speaker. I don't think corruption is reserved to a certain part of this country, Madam Speaker. Corruption cuts across from the national government to all parts of this country. And so when you talk about issues of your region, please leave the counties that benefit from equalization fund to benefit, because there was a reason why the drafters of the Constitution and Kenyans put the equalization fund there. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable Jackson Kosgei.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I support this bill, Madam Speaker, I think it is about time we as a country revisit this term, marginalization, with a view of trying to find out if equalization fund was given for 20 years, the question that follows is what happens after that? And what is it that is being done that within 20 years, it will have solved the issue of marginalization? As I scanned through the bill from the Senate, I was looking for one thing. What is the lasting solution? What is the long-term solution? For instance, Madam Speaker, we need to devote a sizable resources to exploiting the potential that these areas do have. According to the Natural Resource Development Society, or Council for that matter, which is an international body, seems to be indicating that most of the areas we refer to as marginalized areas do have immense natural resources underneath. Do we think as a country that by exploiting these natural resources within the period given to the marginalized areas, we should have been able to develop a program that will exploit those natural resources and that will complement in the economy of the country? With that, Madam Speaker, I think we need to also divine the nature and areas of marginalization so that we can avoid a moving target in terms of divining the target and the purpose of this fund. This will become predictable and it will become manageable in terms of divining the call. With that, Madam Speaker, I support the bill. Thank you.
Member for Tinderet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this report from the Senate. The drafters of the Constitution looked at the problems, looked at our country with very objective mind. Madam Speaker, you'll realize that the Equalization Fund was actually put forward by the drafters of the Constitution so that by the end of the day, we bring the whole country to one level. Madam Speaker, the issues raised, especially on the Equalization Fund, by various speakers, is actually very important. And I want to note the issues raised by members from the ASAL, members from the less developed areas, members from the marginalized parts of the country. And by marginalized or less developed, it doesn't mean, it is not talking about the sun, the heat, and many others. There are so many factors that we put into consideration. The inaccessibility of places, the level of development, the poverty index, and many others. So, Madam Speaker, the drafters of the Constitution in 2012, in 2010, realized that for us to be one nation, one people, we must bring all to almost an equitable level playing field, so that Kenyans in various parts of this country will feel that we are one nation, one people, one society, and therefore, this fund actually is trying to bring areas that are poorly developed in terms of infrastructure. In terms of, when I talk of infrastructure, I'm talking about road network, we are talking about water network to homes, schools, colleges, and various parts, even hospitals. A number of areas in this country, Madam Speaker, especially the northern part, are actually having a hospital up to almost 20 kilometers apart, some even more than that range. And while in other areas, hospitals and schools are in less than 3-4 kilometers away. So it will be good that this fund is enhanced. This fund is disbursed on time. This fund is well managed so that what the drafters or the intention of the drafters of the Constitution is realized earlier than scheduled. Because if you look at the schedule, this fund is supposed to take up to 20 years. As said by members, it is the second year, meaning that the last 8 years, the last 10 years, this fund has not been disbursed. It has not been utilized well. So the intentions cannot be realized. And in fact, it will even mean that there is need to extend the time frame beyond the scheduled 20-year period when the drafters felt that if this fund is utilized well, other parts of the country will come to par with the developed parts of the country. 2, the management of the fund. And I want to say that my constituency is actually one of the beneficiaries, but it is not the whole part of it. Areas where, because it is very hilly, it is not having good roads, the standards of living are quite low, and so many other things affect it. But I want to discuss this especially on administration of the fund. That as much as the money has been disbursed, it will be prudent that the county government, which is actually the administrator of the fund, should actually look into it to make sure that there is value for resources, to make sure that the funds are allocated for the roads, the funds are allocated for the hospitals, the funds are allocated for water. The people, the beneficiaries are actually going to get those particular resources. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say that this fund is actually very important for the whole part of the world. If you look at areas where we have no bridges, where we have no road network, where we have no hospitals, where we have no dispensaries, this fund is going to be very, very important. And I want to say this. I heard the member for Samburu Lili talking about the level of development in her region. I want this house to look at it, that we look our country as one. That one part of the country which is less developed is part of our country. The people who are low in development are also our people. And if we have everyone up, then the whole nation will develop. I want to take the case, I think most of what other nations have done. If you look at the United States, for example, in the 1920s, 1930s, we had regions, very dry regions. Even the Tennessee Valley, for example, which was actually one of the least developed parts. And even the Nevada and many parts. China has done the same. Many parts of the world have done the same. This is not something that we have picked it from the blues. It is something that any national leader, any leader who wants to bring his country to the same table, so that when Turkana is doing well, when Mandera is doing well, then anyone else could also feel to be part and parcel of that particular part of the world. So in effect, I'm just calling that, let these funds be disbursed on time, let this fund be increased, not to be at the same level as it were, and then this fund, let it be administered in a very, let it be managed very efficiently to make sure that the benefits that were intended to achieve, even the construction of hospitals, the construction of roads, the having water in those particular areas, electricity, and many others, will be realized at a faster rate, and therefore we will come at the same level as Kenyans and as one people. I support Madam Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Ngeno.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me also to ventilate into this issue of equalization fund. Madam Speaker, and like what my colleagues have said, Madam Speaker, the reason why the drafters of the Constitution looked into three areas where money was supposed to be divided, Madam Speaker. Because when you look at the Constitution states that money shall be divided among three entities. Entity 1 is the national government, Entity 2 is the county governments, Entity 3 is the equalization fund. Madam Speaker, the reason why the drafters of the Constitution looked at the equalization fund was because of so many reasons. And I think one of the reasons is, Madam Speaker, if you look at the concept of the colonial wars, if you look at the concept of even the colonialists invading other countries, it was because of fight for resources. When you look at tribal wars, wherever they are, whether from time immemorial to the current, it is because of fight for resources. When you look at even the political contests that we have, in every country, Madam Speaker, the bottom line is that everybody is fighting for resources. And that is the reason why we have all these contests. And I think the reason why the drafters of the Constitution felt that we should have an allocation called equalization fund was because they realized that from time immemorial, there are areas which has been marginalized, both by governments and by nature. Madam Speaker, when I speak about governments, I mean there has been successive governments in this country, from the colonial government to the pre-independence or after independence. We have had governments and successive governments. And when the drafters of the Constitution were looking at this equalization fund, they meant, and their major intention was that, look at the areas which has never had any favor by any government. And that was meant to be equalized with the rest of the country. Madam Speaker, there are also areas which have been marginalized by nature or by natural causes. Areas which do not or is not even able to do agriculture and any other agricultural activities or economic activities, Madam Speaker, that can help those areas. This is an area where the drafters of the Constitution intended to allocate this money. Madam Speaker, the Constitution, Article 204, states that there shall be 1.5% of allocation to the equalization. Madam Speaker, it also talked about the marginalized areas, and it talked about the marginalized communities. That is on Section 6, I think Section 4, Section 5, where it is talking about the marginalized communities and marginalized counties. Madam Speaker, when the CRA started working on these particular marginalized counties, Madam Speaker, it picked 14. And the reason why they picked 14, Madam Speaker, was based on several issues, just like what my brother here said, poverty index, and so many other issues, Madam Speaker. The 14, Madam Speaker, it was supposed to be allocated money from 2010, immediately after the promulgation of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, my constituency was one of the beneficiaries because it was falling under Narok County. It's falling under Narok County, Madam Speaker. But we benefited 5 years after the promulgation of the Constitution. And after that, Madam Speaker, no any other money has been allocated. The only other time, Madam Speaker, when this money was allocated is, I think it is now. So we have had 2 allocations. And when you read, Madam Speaker, Section 6, Section 5 of Article 204, it states the unspent money, what is supposed to be done to the unspent money? It is supposed to be kept and utilized. But if you were to do a simple math, Madam Speaker, from 2010 up to 2024, which is 14 years, how much money is that? Who has been spending that money? Where is that money? We are 6 years to the sunset of this particular fund. Madam Speaker, and not even that, before the CRA introduced another model of allocating this money, because initially, Madam Speaker, the 14 counties which were benefiting only benefited once. By the time they introduced 34 counties, Madam Speaker, what happened to the money that was supposed to be spent on the 14 counties? Because the 14 counties came up to late 2020. These 14 counties, which are supposed to benefit from 2010, 2011, 2012, up to 2020, and have never benefited, what will happen to the money that was supposed to be sent to these particular counties? Madam Speaker, even when I look at the current allocation, Madam Speaker, done by CRA, it's alarming. It has never even assisted anybody because the 14 marginalized counties has never risen from where they were. In fact, just like what my colleague has said, the number of marginalized counties are increasing. They increased from 14 to 34. What does that tell you, Madam Speaker? It tells you the government is doing nothing to alleviate the poverty level of our people. So that by now, instead of 14, we now have 34 counties which are marginalized. Who is marginalizing these counties, Madam Speaker? So, me, myself, I support this amendment by the Senate, but I would wish the committee concerned to relook, and that is the budget committee, to relook into areas, into the monies which has not been spent from 2010 to the current and ensure that the 14 counties which were allocated this money from 2010 to 2020 are given their money so that they can spend on the correct, on the right projects which they had stated or which are stated in the Constitution. Madam Speaker, I wish as a beneficiary of this particular allocation, Madam Speaker, to state also that inside the marginalized counties, inside even the inside the equalization fund, Madam Speaker, which was meant to cure the marginalization, there is also a very serious marginalization inside the picked counties. Because, Madam Speaker, if you look even at how the disparities which were done, you go and start identifying using the sub-locations or even wards, so that if this money was allocated one constituency, you will realize they are allocating maybe 2 or 3 wards. What will the rest of the wards say? It is causing a lot of turmoil. So, Madam Speaker, my contribution is that the committee concerned, which is the budget committee, should look into the monies or the balance which was not allocated to these marginalized counties so that they can get their fair share. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the CRA should use a model that will purely identify the areas which were marginalized both by the governments and by nature, so that we can actually bring these people to the equal level. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, we'll be saying we are doing equalization, or we are allocating equalization funds and not doing what is supposed to be done. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to support and wish to ensure, or ask the committee that is concerned to ensure that they implore upon the CRA so that they can do proper allocation of these particular funds. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Boroza.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. And Madam Speaker, right from the onset, I'd like to lend my support to the Equalization and Appropriation Bill from the Senate. Madam Speaker, I stand on the strength of our Constitution, which was promulgated in 2010. That Constitution dictates that every Kenyan is equal to the other Kenyan. Madam Speaker, which means that every area in this country is as important as any other area. Madam Speaker, because of that, in the Constitution, you find very many affirmative action programs, either to bring people who are otherwise undermined to the point of level with every other Kenyan, or to bring areas that are underdeveloped to the point that they were nearly as equally as developed as all the other areas in Kenya. And Madam Speaker, that's where the Equalization Fund comes in, to bring up those areas which are underdeveloped in key elements that are necessary for human life, like education, infrastructure, including hospitals, including schools, including roads, so that we all feel like, indeed, we are all Kenyans. Madam Speaker, I served as a commissioner in the IIBRC Commission, also known as the Legale Commission. Madam Speaker, I went around the whole country. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to let you know that there are parts of this country that are so remote, parts of this country that do not have what we call roads. Madam Speaker, many of those children in those parts of the country have not even seen cars. Madam Speaker, Equalization Fund was meant to make these people who are in such parts of the country to actually feel like they belong to this country called Kenya. And Madam Speaker, for this reason, I support this bill, because this bill will bring those areas that are undermined or underdeveloped to the fore, so that they are also developed nearly as possible as the other parts of this country. Madam Speaker, it's a shame that we are almost getting to the 20 years time limit for this Equalization Fund. What will then happen when 20 years lapse and we've not benefited from this equalization bill, affirmative amendment, affirmative action opportunity? Just because money that's been appropriated has never been used towards this effort. Madam Speaker, I support this amendment bill from the Senate because what it does is it locks in the money that is meant for equalization fund such that even if one financial year passes, it will still be locked for that purpose that it was intended for. Because that is the only way to go, to ensure that those areas that are underdeveloped are actually, the money that's intended to bring them up is used for that purpose. Madam Speaker, as I stand here, because I believe in this equalization, I believe that the whole country is not equal. Madam Speaker, for that reason, I will never support this 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote, whatever it's called. Madam Speaker, because this country, there's so much discrepancy in the development of this country. And you need equalization fund, you need affirmative action to bring other Kenyans who are not benefiting like every other Kenyan to the fore so that they can also enjoy being Kenyans. Madam Speaker, I want to say again, categorically, I support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Whip.
My point of order.
No, you can't raise a point of order. I'll first give member for Marsabit, the Deputy Whip.
How do you contradict your party leader?
Honorable Speaker,
Honorable
thank
Ako, you're on the floor.
Thank you for allowing me to contribute to this Equalization Fund Appropriation number 2 bill. And from the onset, I want to confirm that I fully support this. Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate that so many years down the line, we are still debating and no much progress has been recorded as a result of this. Honorable Speaker, we should be guided by the purpose of this equalization fund. Many honorable members have already said that this was to address the marginalized areas. When we talk of marginalized areas, many people do not understand the situation in those areas. These funds initially was to bring at par the 14 counties, namely Turkana, Mandera, Wajir, Marsabit, Samburu, West Pokot, Tana River, Narok, Kwale, Garissa, Kilifi, Taita Taveta, and Lamu. But unfortunately today as we stand, the number of the counties that need to come at par with others has grown, not because of clear justification, but just because others want to compete with these areas that have been marginalized since independence. The purpose of Equalization Fund is, number 1, to improve on roads, road network, water, electricity, and hospitals. Madam Speaker, I come from Marsabit, which is part of the 14 marginalized area, the initial 14 marginalized areas. And in that part of the world, it is just like 7 years ago that we saw tarmac 2 passing through our county. And to date, we do not have even connecting roads to our villages. We are still struggling. Water is a real problem even where I come from, and yet I live in town. Electricity, many people still live in the same problem that we used to live in, where we do not have electricity connectivity to the villages. These are basic needs. And any responsible government has to work hard to make sure that every part of the country is at the same level, progressing and developing at the same rate. Unfortunately, for over 50 years, most of these counties have been marginalized. And these funds have been sitting somewhere without supporting any county, any individual. And that is why today we are debating on the same. But the unfortunate bit, the counties that needed to benefit from this has grown from 14 to 34. What does this mean? It means that the funds that was to support and help the real marginalized areas is now scattered and distributed among many counties such that it will not make any positive impact on the counties that have suffered for the last many years since independence. We need our education system to be improved, infrastructure, we need water, roads, our hospitals. Up to today, in some of our counties, people travel for over 300 kilometers. And imagine of an expectant mother who is in labor on a rough road, traveling for 300 kilometers. Most of them have lost their lives as they struggle on the roads. Majority of them have also delivered on the road. Is that what we want to continue hearing in the 21st century? No. And that is why, yes, many counties still need this money, but we should go back to the original 14 counties so that the 14 counties can grow and come to par with other counties. Honorable Speaker, as we talk of this, again, any fund that goes to the counties, most of the time are mismanaged. It is unfortunate because we fight for more resources to go to the counties. But unfortunately, at the county level, corruption, again, is practiced at a very high level. And so the monies that are meant to bring development and growth goes into people's pocket. In fact, most of the time, it does not even benefit the counties, but it gets out of the counties because those individuals in the counties invest out of their own counties. And that is why we should demand for proper usage and accountability of any funds that will be released under Equalization Fund. Again, when it comes to implementation of this, the usual practice of tender and people given contracts to do any particular development. Honorable Speaker, the experience is these tenders are given to close friends or relatives or even people from outside those counties. And that is why, as members of parliament, we should make sure that these tenders get into the hands of individuals working and living in those counties so that that money can be generated and can benefit the local business people. A lot of local business people have lost their businesses because they have not been supported, and even if they do businesses, they have not been able to generate good income because of poor economy. And that is why we need to enhance those people who are already doing businesses at the local level and make sure that the money, that the profit that they get will just circulate and assist the people within their counties. Again, Honorable Speaker, the 22.7 billion arrears, the Treasury should strategize or come up with a plan of releasing these monies, because if we do it in many years, it will not have any positive impact. It is like a drop on an ocean. Let Treasury make sure that these monies are released as soon as possible, and also provide proper guidance so that any project, anything that will be done by this money will have positive impact on the growth of our people and also on the growth of the different counties. Honorable Speaker, I have already mentioned about the usage. There is a lot of wastage when it comes to usage of money from the national government to the counties. It is upon us and upon our people, the responsible people holding different offices, so that we be good stewards, and every coin that is meant for anybody or any progress, be it water, be it roads, be it hospital, should be used in those manners, so that we elevate the lives of our people, we improve their lives, and once we get proper health facilities, you can imagine the hospital bills that we keep incurring. Today, all politicians, over the weekend, we normally, get a lot of requests from people and do a lot of fundraising. Once we do this and invest in hospitals, health centers, then we will overcome that. Proper roads, the many accidents we have, and especially after the destruction that has been made by the rains, we can be able to reduce the suffering of the people on the ground. Honorable Speaker, I support and I believe that Kenyans will make good use of the money and also plan well, so that the counties can really benefit and their lives can be transformed. Thank you, and I support.
Majority Whip. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this. I am one of the proponents of this fund, because this fund is one of the very important funds in the Constitution. The Constitution is very clear. It talks about funds should be given counties, national government, and third, this fund that we are talking about. Those three funds. But what has happened over the time, the other two funds have been very important. But this other fund, the equalization fund, has been neglected. But it is a constitutional provision. This House has a committee called Constitutional Implementation Committee, whose role is to ensure that the Constitution is implemented in the spirit and in the latter. But for the many years I've been in this House, that committee has never spoken about the equalization fund. Neither has it brought a motion here, neither has it interjected during budget to say that it is important that the equalization fund must be given as money is given to the counties, so is the equalization fund given to those counties that have been earmarked for equalization. That is the tragedy of the committee we have here, and that is the tragedy of Kenya. That at the onset of the Constitution, it was agreed by all Kenyans who voted in the referendum, including the people from my constituents, who woke up very early in the morning, going to vote for the Constitution, knowing that inside that Constitution, there is something called Equalization Fund that would take care of them, because they have been, for many years, been marginalized, for many years they have been underserved, for many years no meaningful development has taken place there, because in 1963-65 there, a sessional paper was allowed in this country to deliberately and systematically marginalize certain communities, including the communities at the coast. Today, Honorable Speaker, we are at that crossroad. That crossroad that isn't this equalization fund as important as the money that is sent to the counties, as the money that is sent into the national. When the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro here does the budget, he will tell us about the money that will go to the counties. He will tell us about the trillions that will go to the national government. But he lays least emphasis on the equalization fund. And when that happens, in this House, when CDF does not come, we all in solidarity make noise that CDF exchequer must be released. When counties do not receive their money, we make noise, the Council of Governors is there and they make noise about money has not been released. But what is the organ
Honorable Speaker, this is the question. What is the organ that is mandated to safeguard and ensure that this equalization fund is put in place? What is the organ? There was a time when I wasted my shoes every day walking to the PS for Treasury, who was said to, until today, he's supposed to be the person in charge of distributing that PS Treasury. But PS Treasury is the culprit even when it comes to CDF, when it comes to county government money, it comes to exchequer releases. So what will he do? If he's under pressure from county government, he will release the money. When he is under pressure from national government, the National Assembly will release the money to NGCDF. But who puts pressure on the equalization fund? And that is the structure that is missing in the implementation of the equalization fund. Because when this is a fund, I remember Kamket tried to propose some changes. And even we looked at that act and we said, let's form a board. A board like the NGCDF board. A board like the Council of Governors, who will ensure that equalization fund is disbursed at the same time when NGCDF is disbursed. But the politics that has been there, Honorable Speaker, and this is why I will want to challenge the lawyers in this House, including the Honorable Emilio Odinga. We need to amend that law. That we must amend. So that at the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, the people that have been marginalized systematically in this country get a fair share of what the Constitution intended them to have. Get a fair share. But as it is today, I heard the Honorable Mary Emase say that we have a balance of 62 billion. 62 billion. That has not been paid systematically over the years. But if it is a fund, you cannot have that. If it is called a fund in the Constitution, it means if it is allocated 100 billion a year, that 100 billion must be paid within that year. And we should not have a balance. And if there is a balance, it should be accumulated and given to that account. That's what it is. And if it is a fund, it must have an account into which it must be put because it is a fund. Where is the account for the equalization fund? Where is it domiciled? Where is it? We want to see how much money is in there. Otherwise, now we should be having a lot of money because we have done 8 years. And 8 years out of the 20 years that the Constitution provides, we have done 8 years. And each year, money is set in the budget for equalization fund. So that money systematically needs to be accounted for. Where is that 62 billion? Which account? And why is it that Treasury never puts that money there? I have projects that were started in 2017 in my constituency when these things started. And they have never been completed. And when you ask ministry, they say, you see, Treasury has not released. Until now, we are saying that now county governments have come, and county governments now are saying they must implement, after the court ruling, county governments are saying they must also implement equalization funds. There are certain functions that are for the national government. I don't begrudge that. But the problem I have is I want to see systematically that there is an account in the county government for equalization fund, which we can audit as members from those areas, those counties. But we don't have that opportunity to do that. So where does the equalization money go? It comes in as part of the grants that come from national government, so the governor can use it on functions even which are not listed. You know, the equalization fund has only 4 functions. Only 4 functions in the Constitution. Roads, health, water, and it's not electricity, it's something else. There are 4. Yeah? Health. Only 4. There are 4 functions. But when a governor gets the money, what will stop a governor from using the money to buy a red carpet for his functions when he receives it as bulk money? What will stop the governor from using this same money to do things that are not within the Constitution? How do we audit equalization fund? Where is the law? What has the Committee on Implementation of Constitution done to ensure that this money is properly accounted for? My people, Kilifi is one of the areas that was identified as marginalized. And a lot of the counties in the coast. and those in the north. This nation, when we went to vote for the Constitution, we knew. And I went to vote for the Constitution knowing that I have money that will fast-track my county to be at the same level as Kiambu, as Kakamega, as others. But that dream is buried in the soil, dead, that dream of my people. Why? Because we have, and previous government, have systematically ensured that there is no proper law to put into account the use of equalization. I think that has been the trick, that as long as we don't have a law, we can run away from disbursing equalization fund. But the law, Honorable Speaker, you know, you're a lawyer, you know. When something is identified as a fund, in the Constitution, just like we have consolidated fund, just like we have the CRF, you know, it's a fund. You can't run away from putting money there. But what we will do, we will put money in another place and leave equalization. Because there is a belief, the people from the coast, the people from the north, the people from those other areas that are not as important as the others. We are continuing the 1963 sessional paper. We are continuing the same thing. But we have a constitution we must obey. Just like you can obey giving money to the counties, we must obey giving the equalization fund. That is the constitution of this republic. So when we stand to uphold that constitution in this parliament and any other office, and we say we are swearing by this constitution, why are we failing to implement it for the people that have been systematically marginalized in this country? Why? Because they are not important? I think it is time that those of us who have been marginalized to stand up and say no. If money for counties is released, money for equalization must be released. Money for national government is released for NGCDF, money for equalization. We
Bro and Baya, why are you looking at me like you want more minutes? The Honorable Millie Grace Akoto Diambo Mabona, the MP for Subo North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I wish to support this bill. And in supporting this bill, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I've worked in many years on the issue of equality and the issue of equity, where equality is about making sure that everybody is at par. Equity is about bringing those who are behind to the same level as the ones who are ahead. Mr. Speaker, the Equality Fund seeks to realize equity. And I want to say very proudly that I played a big role in the provision of this also in the Constitution, amongst other people. And Mr. Speaker, even though I agreed with some of my colleagues, I want to disagree in some respects, and especially in relation to the member from Samburu. I know that when we had the first policy, it had 14 counties. And I know that, there's a member who was contributing and kept referring to 14 counties. It's no longer 14 counties with good reason. There are no 14 counties in the Constitution. And the first policy tried to identify 14 counties based on history of what we have considered as marginalized in this country. And Mr. Speaker, after the implementation of those 14 counties, one of the things that was coming out clearly is that there are definitely pockets of marginalization in this country. I'll give you an example of my own constituency. And I'm glad that Mfangano Island and Gembe wards in my constituency, Mfangano is actually in our sub-county, have been included. And I want to say that one of the reasons that Mfangano Island has been included is one, for you to reach Mfangano Island, you can only go by water. There is no road. There is no public transport by the government for you to go there. So if you have no money, you have no way of getting there. Let's start from there. Secondly, the ring road on Mfangano Island, for the very first time, has been done. And the president himself went there to launch the ring road. Why was he launching it? Not because he was doing a tarmac, but because they are doing a Maram road. Because in Mfangano Island, there is no Maram road. So if you want to tell me let us be equal and look at counties in general, when will we ever reach Mfangano Island, where there is no maram? If I go to in Mfangano Island, sometimes I take my photos in my constituency, and I hear people who are ignorant, when they see me in a motorbike or walking, they say you are doing PR. In Mfangano Island, I will use I'll use a boat to reach there. I will use a four-wheeler up to a point. I will use a motorbike up to a point. And then the areas I just have to walk. Even a motorbike can't reach. When we say that we are only going to areas, counties that are generally marginalized, when will we ever reach Mfangano Island? You can say the same thing in relation to parts of Gembe that has also been included. There are areas that have no schools, no roads, and they are perennially cut off. In fact, recently when we had the rains, a place in my constituency called Sikri is always cut off. And people have to go by boat. Students' schools stop in order for the rains to stop. And if you are to wait for that, so that the places that are generally marginalized as counties are to be reached, then when will we get there? We are creating new areas of marginalization. We must carry everybody together. I know that there are areas that are expert at pushing the agenda and by screaming marginalization, which is okay because they are marginalized. Our areas, we don't scream marginalization. We tend to scream democracy. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, we will be screaming democracy and marginalization. And if you want to know that there are areas, especially Luo Nyanza, I'm sorry to use the word Luo Nyanza, that have been marginalized because of our political leanings over years. Opposition areas never get money. In fact, I am so happy that we get CDF. The first time I saw a school, a wonderful school as I was passing in your constituency actually, and when I was passing and I saw a nice school and I was like, before I became an MP, and I said, wow, that's a nice school. Because it was a very transformative school. And I was told that school is built by CDF. And I was so proud to discover that it's my grandfather that actually donated that land. But if it weren't for CDF, a lot of schools in our areas would still be mud-walled because of our politics, which is opposition. And Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that even if you look at even the US, that they are going through elections now, there are people who are in government and people who are in opposition. That's the essence of democracy. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I actually want to say that we are missing the point. We are referring to the Constitution without even making reference to what that Constitution says in relation to marginalization. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that if you look at the interpretation clause of the Constitution, it says marginalization includes traditional community that out of a need or a desire to preserve its unique culture and identity from assimilation has remained outside the integrated social, economic life of Kenya as a whole. That would include the Suba people, or an indigenous community that has retained and maintained a traditional lifestyle and livelihood based on hunter or gatherer economy. That would include the fishing community, or pastoral persons or communities, whether they are a nomadic or settled community, that because of its relative geographic isolation has experienced only marginal participation in the integrated social and economic life of Kenya as a whole. So, Mr. Speaker, it actually talks to very many areas of the country. It doesn't only talk to northern Kenya, which I agree is marginalized, but so is my constituency. And I also want to say that if you look at the same interpretation section, it says marginalized group is defined as a group of people who, because of laws or practices before, on, or after the effective date, were or are disadvantaged by discrimination on one or more of the following grounds in Article 27(4). And those grounds include race, sex, pregnancy, marital status, health, ethnic or social origin, color, age, disability, religion, conscience, amongst other things. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the issue of marginalization, it is much bigger than what we are trying to limit it here.
I want to agree that there are areas that have been marginalized, including northern Kenya, including coastal areas in Kenya, including Suba areas. And that's why you see both Suba North and South are included. That's why Ndiwa is included, because those are areas that have been marginalized. In fact, other parts of Nyanza and Omabe would be marginalized if that God was gracious and they have fine weather and so they do well economically. Other areas may not have that, but that the weather, as I had one member talking to, is not included in the definition of marginalization. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I want to encourage and agree with my committee, the Budget Committee, that the arrears should be released so that we see the effective use of this fund. And I also want to say that when you give this money like Panadol to a person with malaria, you are not going to cure it. You need to give this medicine like you are giving serious medicine, maybe chloroquine. I don't know what the current medicine is because I don't get malaria anymore. But if the way you can give chloroquine to a person who has malaria, not Panadol. And because of that, we need to actually provide more money. In my constituency, for instance, it's only 19 million. What will 19 million do to Mfangano Island together with Gembe? It's little. We are appreciating of it because we are included. But I want to say that even when that third policy comes, we must include those areas or pockets of marginalization, and we must remain true to the constitutional definition of marginalization. We are not marginalized because we speak loud. We are marginalized as a matter of fact. And I want to also agree with the members that have said that we must also bring into account what people are also getting. This is not the only money people are getting. We are getting CDF, we are getting this money, and we are getting allocation in ministries. And I sit in budget, and I can tell you that there are areas that are getting marginalization. They are getting money through public participation. They are getting money through direct allocation from ministries. It's just that my time is up. But there's a lot to be checked when we are dealing with marginalization. I support.
The Honorable Mili, the Honorable Joshua Kimilu, MP for Kaiti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this important motion about equalization funds. Mr. Speaker, I want to say these funds are very important to our areas. Those are marginalized. Although, Mr. Speaker, as a support, I want to say a lot has to be done, Mr. Speaker, because I think there are also areas which are marginalized and they are not benefiting from these funds. Mr. Speaker, when you go to some counties, like early this year, I traveled to Wajir County, and Mr. Speaker, I was shocked to see a county without electricity network, Mr. Speaker. And these are the areas we need to fight for them to benefit from these funds. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we are Kenyans, as Kenyans, we need to mind of those areas which are marginalized, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are the funds which need to be given to these counties to do like, especially if you talk of health centers. In this century, Mr. Speaker, there are some areas whereby you can travel for more than 20 kilometers to look for a health center. Despite county money, Mr. Speaker, these are the areas which need to benefit by this equalization fund, Mr. Speaker. Because health centers are key, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency, I have hilly places, Mr. Speaker. And going from one health center to another one, Mr. Speaker, sometimes it's a challenge because of the transport. Mr. Speaker, from my constituency to get Maram, Mr. Speaker, you need to travel more than 50 kilometers, Mr. Speaker, to make those roads. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this money can help in making roads in our counties and also improving the transport sector in our area, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think this money should be increased and also released at the right time, Mr. Speaker, because it's very important to help our people who are languishing in poverty, because there are some counties which are living in very low status, Mr. Speaker. And with this money, it can help in health centers, roads, water, like some areas, Mr. Speaker, from where the county I come from, Mr. Speaker, there are some areas whereby to get water, you have to travel more than 10 kilometers to access water, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, with this money, I think we can do boreholes, water pumps, which can also help and try to alleviate poverty from our areas, Mr. Speaker. This money, Mr. Speaker, can also help in mobilization of community and capacity building, Mr. Speaker. Because if you do capacity building in an area, in fact, you help that community to alleviate in poverty, Mr. Speaker, which can assist and also help to improve education. Mr. Speaker, these equalization funds also, although we have CDF, Mr. Speaker, and that's why sometimes I speak in this house and say the CDF we have is not even enough to improve education in our constituency, Mr. Speaker. Because there are some areas where there are no schools, there are no infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, and with assistance, with the little money we get from CDF, together with these equalization funds, Mr. Speaker, I think we can benefit a child of this country, Mr. Speaker. So I think, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this motion, and I want to say that as Kenyans, we need to stand with this fund and try when it comes to accountability, Mr. Speaker, because the counties, the custodian of this money, Mr. Speaker, we need also to look on checks and balances should be done to those counties to make sure that this money is well spent and goes to the right people, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I support.
The Honorable Francis Igei, MP for Sotik.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving the opportunity to also talk on this topical issue and support this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it takes a person who has worked in this place, who has visited these areas, to understand the problems these people are facing. And I know the MPs from these areas, and those of us like myself, Mr. Speaker, who has worked in these areas for many years.
The Honorable Francis Igei, until the Speaker stops you,
Mr. Speaker, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, I worked in Garissa for 5 years, and I understand what the problems people in this area are facing. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, if you go to a place like Amuma, go to a place like Almagala in Garissa, you understand this problem. Mr. Speaker, I want to say two things. Number one, I want to thank the framers of this constitution, which is very, very important and which is leading in Africa. That they thought very clearly, with a lot of wisdom, that we must bring up people who are underdeveloped in this country to come to par with other parts of the country. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to address the issue of legal framework. Mr. Speaker, this fund is like a fund free for all, Mr. Speaker, because there is no legal framework to show the use of these funds. And I want to recommend, Mr. Speaker, that we ring fence this fund so that when it is dispersed to the counties, it is known that it's going to a particular area, education, infrastructure, roads, health, so that we are specific about where this money is going to. Mr. Speaker, we need also to address the issue of corruption. We know, Mr. Speaker, and we need to know how much money has gone there before we ask for more. Of course, we need to ask for more money. But how has the money which was dispersed a while ago was spent in these counties? So, Mr. Speaker, I want us to address the issue of wastage so that our people can be able to get the money. Wastage is a major problem, and we need to address that one. Mr. Speaker, we need to ask ourselves, what is the problem with disbursement? What Parliament has appropriated this mandate for these counties? What happened to Treasury? And how can we address this issue of non-disbursement? So that, Mr. Speaker, we are able to know what is the problem. This House, Mr. Speaker, is the final authority to appropriate money and disperse this money. But where is the problem? Bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker, must be addressed. So that the money which this House has appropriated is released without any delay, so that these people can be able to address this thing. Again, Mr. Speaker, we need to address ourselves and say, okay, we have had problems with disbursement, inadequate funds. So how do we address this issue of the huge disparities in these counties? Mr. Speaker, this country belongs to all of us, and this country must be developed at equal measure, so that our people can be at par in terms of development. Mr. Speaker, I want to say I support this motion, and I would like to thank the Committee of Budget and Appropriation for the good work well done, and we need to see this money going to the people of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Dr. Eva Kinyobara, MP for Kabondo Kasipul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. And at onset, let me also support the committee for this report. Mr. Speaker, really a lot has already been said by our colleagues on this matter. And I want to thank once again the drafters of the Constitution for coming up with this, the marginalization, the equalization fund that was to address the marginalized area. They were clear on what it was supposed to be by ensuring that the 0.5 of the national government revenues was allocated to the marginalized region. Mr. Speaker, we have heard the report on what has been disbursed to date and what arrears is due. It's unfortunate that even as this is happening, they are telling us on the report that not much has been achieved in the areas that there was work was supposed to have been done. But Mr. Speaker, it would have been nice if they were able to come up with a clear evaluation of the projects that have been done over the years in these areas, so that we can see where the focus was and why they are saying that it has not helped. Mr. Speaker, even 22 billion that has been allocated to date is not small money. It was allocated to the 14 original counties, and they are still saying that the money is not enough, and it was not enough to go around because of the manner in which it was being disbursed. At this point, I want to call upon the Treasury to please prioritize the funds of the Equalization Fund so that the counties are able to carry out their programs as planned. Mr. Speaker, we have been told that now we have 34 and the list is here, and yet at the same time, the sunset clause is soon to set in on this fund. We only have 6 years to go, and it may be prudent to come up with another bill to extend the fund, because as we have been told, not much has been done. Mr. Speaker, on even the areas that they have touched in, I was sitting here and wondering that what actually was the priority when they were disbursing the funds for the programs. What priorities? Did they do public participation with the people for the people to tell them what they wanted to do? I support their recommendation that the board has not been effective, and I support their suggestion that something should be done so that they probably have a more focused board that will be able to look at the interest of the people or work in the best interest of the people of these regions. As they do this, it is important that the list be reviewed again to see if the position is still the same, the status is still the same. Some areas may have developed through other funds and may not need to be in this list again. Finally, Mr. Speaker, even as we sit in this House, we have seen ourselves being marginalized from other regions. Marginalized in the manner in which allocations are being done for certain programs. And it should start with this House. We have seen people taking 400 million for power. One region, not even a region, one constituency. We have seen people taking a lot of money for roads, one constituency. And this, in other words, is also marginalization. So let us address these issues, let people be fair. Let's look at this country as one where each one of us pays tax and deserves services. Thank you very much. And once again, I support. Thank you.
The Honorable Geoffrey Mwangi, the MP for Tetu.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also lend my voice to this very important bill. Mr. Speaker, allow me to say from the onset that addressing issues of marginalization and issues of equalization is important, and this is one way to achieve national unity. It is sad to learn that today, many years after this fund was conceptualized, there are arrears, the disbursements have been minimal, and it is only good that going forward, that the National Treasury ensures that the funds that have been earmarked for this fund are released and used for the interventions for which they were intended. I would like to applaud the Senate for doing two very important things in this bill. The first one is ensuring that they safeguard the bill from the usual cycles of government expenditure, whereby some of the funds that are allocated would lapse, and also ensuring that they include the administration of the fund by operationalizing the Equalization Fund Advisory Board. But Mr. Speaker, having said that, I think a good thing can be made better. And there is actually a lot of opportunity to improve this fund going forward. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to submit the following. That one, as we come to the third comprehensive review by CRA, I think it is time that we ensure that the formula that we are using is looked at very, very closely, so that the interventions that were intended by this fund actually bear fruit. We are talking about extending the number of years. Some people have here contributed saying we should extend the number of years that the fund has been given. But I don't think that is the solution. What we should also be talking about is how effective have the interventions that we have been making been. We need clear documentation. We need clear monitoring. And we need regular reports to this House and the Senate as to what results are we getting from these interventions. Otherwise, we can be on this marginalization journey or interventions for so long, without us getting, any result. These interventions must also be clearly time-bound, and the data used, must be very, very accurate. Mr. Speaker, also giving counties almost the full leeway of how this fund is utilized may not be, the most appropriate channel. We are all struggling with how counties are even using the little resources that we are giving them. So how do we come up with a hybrid solution where members of parliament, through the NGCDF, where parent ministries and counties come together so that the interventions envisaged in this fund, can be much more, effective. And Mr. Speaker, if you also look at the money that has been provided, it's a drop in the ocean. We cannot be able to provide, the solutions that we are looking for by allocating only 10 billion shillings. So for some of these counties, the equalization fund, while a necessary measure, may not necessarily be the solution we are looking for. We require a Marshall Plan, to also ensure that we can be able to accelerate the development that we are looking at these marginalized areas. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude,
we also need to think about what is the definition of marginalization. For example, my own constituency, Tetu, does not appear in this list. But it does not have a level 4 hospital. So from a health point of view, we are marginalized. So I would expect that such intervention is included. I have not seen any sub-county from Nyeri County, where I come from. Kieni is actually a very dry area, almost the same as Samburu, or the same as Wajir. And it requires intervention for water, for schools, for electricity. So, Mr. Speaker, as we expanded from 14 to 34, maybe it is time we took it to 47, and then we look at specific areas and specific issues of marginalization, because indeed, every country in this country, every county in this country has some level of marginalization. I rise to support, and it is important that we get it right going forward. Thank you.
The MP for Wajir West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this equalization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill number 2. And I want to start from onset. I'm supporting this bill. Mr. Speaker, the essence of this bill of Equalization Fund was to give 0.5% of the annual revenue of the budget specifically allocated to marginalized areas. The question begs, Mr. Speaker, where are these marginalized areas? And how did it came to the minds of the drafters of the Constitution during 2010? 2010 Constitution was drafted by brilliant minds who went all over this country, came to understand where is marginalized and where it's not marginalized. And they included this fund to bring some parts of this country at a par in the rest of the countries. Mr. Speaker, it becomes now very worrying when all the counties in this country is classified as marginalized in the same marginalization fund, which never grows from the 0.5%. Mr. Speaker, 34 counties have been indicated in this bill to benefit from the marginalization fund. Mr. Speaker, now I want to request the honorable members, let's change the name Equalization Fund and maybe change to something else, because this is not Equalization Fund anymore. This is becoming like appropriating the budget fresh, a parallel budget for each and every county, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been hearing some members saying some parts of their constituencies are dry. We are not talking about the climate, Mr. Speaker. We are talking about the problems, the challenges that is in that particular constituency. Let's talk about Wajir West, Mr. Speaker. From one point, one health center to another is 200 kilometers, Mr. Speaker. For a mother to be taken from one village to the other, to the hospital, she dies in the middle if she doesn't get a private vehicle or an ambulance, Mr. Speaker. Somebody who has 2 kilometers health center, 1 kilometer health center is today telling us here, is marginalized, Mr. Speaker. I want to appeal to the members of this House to come and visit my constituency at my expense, Mr. Speaker, so that they see and appreciate the problems the people of North are feeling, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the marginalization in northern Kenya is still continuing as we speak. People are talking about northeastern being given more than of their share, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are getting even less because the trillions that are appropriated in the national government are not trickling down to northern Kenya, Mr. Speaker. You have seen just recently, one of the constituencies in this country got 1.5 billion Kenyan shillings, Mr. Speaker, for roads, while my constituency got zero, Mr. Speaker. Zero. If we go by the budget, line by line, and see how much is going to the northern Kenya, Mr. Speaker, I believe most of this house, members of this house, will be shocked beyond words, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let us not, it is either two things, Mr. Speaker. We increase the amount from 0.5 to 100% so that everybody benefits. Or we reduce the counties that are written in this appropriation bill so that the marginalized area should come at a par with the rest of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. I don't have a single tarmac road in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. I don't have a single level 4 hospital in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. I don't have a tapped water in anywhere in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and when you go to each and every other constituencies, I am sure each household has a running tap of water. The difference is as clear as broad daylight, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we should not be talking about something that we don't know. People should come to those constituencies, see for themselves, appreciate the challenges, and then talk from an informed position, Mr. Speaker, rather than, Mr. Speaker, people coming, talking about something that they don't understand or they don't know, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was a deliberate attempt from 1963 to date from particular persons or individuals of this country to marginalize a specific area further, Mr. Speaker. There is a deliberate attempt from those who hold high offices, Mr. Speaker, of this country to put to remove some counties in this country from the map of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. And the way it looks, I'm sorry to say so, it might happen sooner or later. Mr. Speaker, there was the debate of 1 man, 1 shilling. There was a debate of equalization. There is a debate of so many things that just target specific areas, and people can't see small amount of money trickling down to those areas. We're in committees, and my brother Okelo is a witness here. Whenever we are appropriating money, nothing, even a single coin that goes to those areas. And every day we fight so that we take some amount of money to the same areas. Mr. Speaker, I want to beg the members of this honorable house to understand the dynamics, the problems, the challenges some of the constituents are facing, Mr. Speaker, so that we should not politicize the lives of Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. We are here to represent the people of Kenya, all of us, Mr. Speaker. If me, today, I say, okay, for example, there is a Mira fund that was allocated to Mira farmers. If me from northern Kenya, who is not a Mira farmer, says, I want to also be allocated to Mira funds, is that appropriate? It's not. We should differentiate things. There are coffee farmers who are given a lot of money. There are tea farmers who are given a lot of money. Livestock farmers are left in the middle with no coin, no appropriation. It's only the committee which I want to thank. Just recently, this budget, they have allocated 1 billion Kenyan shillings for restocking And I want to appreciate and thank the chairman and the team for doing a great job for that particular event. Mr. Speaker, it hurts me as a member who represent the North and Kenya when I see some other members mocking us in our face, Mr. Speaker, telling us you are getting more than your share. It's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. I wish we could have I wish the Speaker could have created a committee to go and verify and even do a research on the budget to see how much is going to each and every county or constituency so that we share equally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for those fair remarks, and I support.
The Honorable Dr. Joyce Osogo Bensouda, followed by the Honorable Umulker Arun. Why don't you use less than 3 minutes? What is this much you are talking on equalization fund? Proceed, Honorable Bensouda.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I don't need more than 3 minutes because what I want to talk about is very specific and they are just all facts. First of all, I rise, Mr. Speaker, to support the equalization bill that has been tabled by the Committee of Budget and Appropriations Committee. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by highlighting that in this country, we have what we call a rogue national treasury. And by defining rogue, to me is somebody who takes laws in his hands or her hands and doesn't conform to the existing laws. This House or any member of Parliament or the county governors must not match to the national treasuries for them to effect any issue in terms of disbursement. Mr. Speaker, I take note that when we were investigating the Telcom saga, National Treasury was implicated negatively. Mr. Speaker, when I sit in the committee for the Centralized Funds Account Committee where we oversight what has been done and reported by the Auditor General, we realize that there are issues with disbursement from National Treasury in terms of the NGCDF funds and in terms of GAF funds. We are saying that this House is not junior to National Treasury, that we must beg, we must crawl, we must kneel for them to release funds. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to equalization funds that was tabled, we noticed that 22 billion only has been released. And they're saying that there is laxity in disbursement of funds from the National Treasury. Mr. Speaker, I would like you to go on records that the PS National Treasury must be brought in this House and clear explanation to the facts that we are begging of and seemingly to be singing lullaby that the funds must be released. The PS National Treasury must respect this House and must respect the formula with which funds are supposed to be disbursed. Mr. Speaker, it is quite hurting that if 14 areas, counties, were identified as marginalized, I take cognizance that the Constitution respects what marginalization is. I want to uphold whoever or the committee that increased the number from 14 to 34. In fact, I'm saying that they ought to have increased it totality to 47 because this country is seriously undergoing economic marginalization. I'm just from the rural areas. When we look into Homa Bay, I visited quite a number of markets, Mr. Speaker, sir. All markets, most of them, they do not have electricity. They are crying of transformer. The MPs cannot implement what they are not given, what is not disbursed. The governor equally cannot implement what is not stretched. And so my serious number one fact, the National Treasury must be disciplined, must stop being rogue. Number two, Mr. Speaker, sir, regulation and framework must be put in place. We need a clear tabling of what projects were supposed to be undertaken in the 14 counties. We looked through during the flood areas and we could watch over the television how farmers are suffering. Their produce are getting rotten. There are no roads. There are no schools. And so we are saying, in as much as equalization funds were supposed to address infrastructure, supposed to address issues of education, health, we are saying we don't want to beg anybody over this. The same way we are budgeting and putting issues right. I want to see that when the budget for this financial year, next financial year, will be tabled in this house. This house must rise to maturity and not focus on the political divide. It is a high time this house must know that they choose to put Kenya on the right track or put Kenya into the drain dogs. And so I'm saying as legislatures, we must stand firm that right things are done. We must not rise up for NGCDF on GAF to be given. Even the women reps of this country, we are marginalized in our own form. There are no funds, yet we are expected to work. We are waiting for what the president promised, 1 billion in the budget cycle. We had been given 1 billion for sanitary towels. We are also marginalized. We are waiting for 1 billion. We don't need to kneel unless as a National Assembly, we don't know why we were elected here. PS National Treasury, take charge, be disciplined, and serve this nation, and must be brought to the floor of this house. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me this opportunity. The issue that we are discussing today touches very close to my heart because I come from a region that owns the crown of marginalization. And we might hear many people saying, even us, we are marginalized, but it is after devolution that we got the first national school. I had to travel all the way to Kiambu County to study my high school, to access a national school. Rarely do we see students being placed to national schools in Garissa County, because we have national schools now. That is the challenge that we are addressing in marginalization. And the reason this money was set aside was to bring these counties to come to the level of the other regions. But we are seeing the debate going around of 1 man, 1 shilling. This discussion will further divide our country. We do not want to add any more wounds, because when I hear 1 man, 1 shilling, I will stand here and say 1 shilling, 1 kilometer. So that every county from the marginalized areas get equal share of the national resources, because we all pay taxes. We are not a guest of anybody. We deserve to get these resources. The only discussion that should be on the floor of this house is to audit how the monies were utilized, is to audit how equalization fund will be managed under the county government when national government projects are proposed. Because, Mr. Speaker, 2 months ago, my people from the region I come from were washed away in a boat because they were attempting to cross a road. And when I hear my colleague Wandeto say even his constituency is marginalized, I went to that constituency. And even the roads leading to the cattle dip were tarmacked. And they were fully marked. And they had zebra crossings, when I have never seen a tarmac road with my eyes. I come from a constituency that if it rains, I don't even make plans to go. Currently, I was not able to access my own county, my own constituency, because I needed to get a chopper. Mr. Speaker, I do not have money to get a chopper. I am only paid enough to fuel my car and go visit my home. But the floods come, we do not get budgets for dams. If this money is released and utilized appropriately, Mr. Speaker, we will get dams so that we do not have the issue of floods in my region. The farmers keep investing every rainfall season. By the time the droughts are coming, the floods have washed away our resources. Mr. Speaker, we have livestock. Monies meant for livestock are never seen in my region. So such debates should not focus or should not be politicized. It should be about equality. You cannot govern a country that is poor. You cannot govern a country that do not receive the equal share of resources. Mr. Speaker, it is very unfair for the debate to even go beyond what it should be. The focus should be on how to empower the existing communities that are marginalized. The debate should be on that. But regions that have had hospitals per 2 kilometers are coming here to tell us we are marginalized. It is not a debate that we can stomach. It is not reasonable. Like I said, I need to find a boat every time it floods, while somebody can just drive down. So the conversation must take a different angle. We need to audit what has been released, how have these funds been allocated so that we are able to get equal share. But when Central Kenya, for example, or regions that have always enjoyed monopoly of getting the national resources, come here and tell us we are marginalized, Mr. Speaker. Yet, schools in my region need to be built. CDF is building high schools, nursery schools. There is a demand for that because of the population increase. I come from a family where we are over 20. My mother has 30 sisters and 30 uncles. Yes, so that such resources are utilized equally. Our populations in ASAL regions are increasing because we have more than 4 wives. We have more than 3 wives and 4 wives. Places that have such demand to have nursery schools, while other places are closing down because they have no schools, no children to attend their schools. They cannot get such resources. We have to fight for what is ours, and we have to have a conversation that brings unity. 1 man, 1 shilling is a distraction. It brings hatred, it brings a lot of negativity. If 1 man, 1 shilling is brought, we will say 1 shilling, 1 kilometer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, the Honorable Jared Okello, what is the matter?
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker,
Honorable
even though called at the tail end of this session. But I've got a few remarks to make as regards the report on Equalization Fund, Honorable Speaker. A quick background over the same. When the drafters of our Constitution came up with this idea, or birthed this idea, it was premised on the fact that certain regions had been alienated for way too long, and they needed to catch up with the rest, who were regarded to be in the first league of development in this country. Honorable Speaker, since time immemorial, and this took a lot of precedence during the Moi era, there was a very backward and foolish mantra, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya, that if you had a contrary view to that of the government of the day, then your regions were sidelined on matters development. Where I come from, Honorable Speaker, Nyanza province to be specific, all successive regimes have given us a wide berth, and we have tried the much we can with the limited resources generated by our own people to make ends meet. We have met headwinds along the way. Certain times we have succeeded. Certain times we have failed because of lack of the same resources that are channeled to other regions. But here we are, just like anybody else. And when the drafters of our Constitution came up with this idea, and it was infused in law, the Council of Governors thereafter went to court and challenged this thing on who ought to have superintended these funds. Was it going to be the national government or the county government? And this matter dragged in our courts of law for over 10 years. The only time that these monies have been expended to deserving counties is once. And the projects that were earmarked to be funded by Equalization Fund are only 20% done. I sat in the Special Funds Account Committee in the last Parliament, and we visited a few, and only 20% had been done, 11 years down the line. And this money had a time frame. It was not open-ended. And therefore, we have delayed, Honorable Speaker, to have it fully implemented. Honorable Speaker, you talk about marginalization. 6 of my schools are still marooned to date as a result of flooding by River Nyando, together with a lake that is coming out into...
The Honorable Basil, in 2 minutes, let the mover to prepare to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'll move very quickly. From onset, I think as much as I support the Equalization Fund, I want to say I'm very much disappointed with the level of biasness in distribution of resources under Equalization Fund. I don't understand why Yatta is missing from this list, considering that in Yatta, most of my roads, 99.5%, are actually weather roads. Electricity connectivity is below 40%. The teachers employed by BOM, Mr. Speaker, are about 55%. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to shun away from negative ethnicity, tribalism, which is contributing to the level of disparity that we see. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this fund should actually be managed by national government, and baseline data should be the one to guide distribution of resources by not tribalism, Mr. Speaker. Because if we continue this way, we'll be like what Obama, the former president of the US, metaphorically said, that it is easier for a child from central Kenya to celebrate the 50th birthday compared to a child from northeastern Kenya. And this has been witnessed because of continued skewedness of resource distribution based on where people come from, those who are in centers of authority. So, Mr. Speaker, this gap must be breached by ensuring that there is equity when we are distributing resources to be able to mitigate competition that has been witnessed when people in power or those who are looking for power are actually inspired, because most of them are doing it simply because resources are not fairly distributed across the country. I support.
Honorable Zamzam Chimba, can you say what you want to say in 2 minutes?
Okay, asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi niweze kuunga mjadala huu wa leo kwa ugavi wa mgao kwa wale familia ambazo zimetengwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, nilikuwa naangalia katika waraka huu ulioko hapa Mheshimiwa Spika, na napenda kuungana na wenzangu kuwa kuna sehemu ambazo mpaka sasa hata baada ya kupata uhuru hawana barabara, hawana maji wala hawana stima Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi nataka niwaambie wenzangu ambao wana upinzani katika mgao huu Mheshimiwa Spika, Kenya ni moja. Hata Garissa akipata akiweza kuendelea, na wewe za kutoka kule uliko kenda kufanya kazi Garissa, ikawa maendeleo yameenea Kenya nzima Mheshimiwa Spika, watu wakaweza kukaa kwa ufanisi Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, naangalia mahali kama Ganze, naangalia sehemu za pwani ambazo ziko nyuma sana, hakuna barabara, hakuna maji, hakuna hospitali Mheshimiwa Spika. Najiuliza ikiwa hizi pesa zilibaki bilioni 62 Mheshimiwa Spika, zimebaki katika account na ni account ya nani, na zafanya nini kule wakati wananchi wana shida Mheshimiwa Spika? Ni dhahiri kuwa Mheshimiwa Spika, wabunge wenzangu waweze kukubali kuwa hizi pesa, hata mimi ningeweza kusisitiza kuwa ziingie kwa mikono za wabunge wetu. Wabunge waweze kupawa pesa hizi, waingie kule sehemu ambazo zimetengwa, waweze kufanya maendeleo Mheshimiwa Spika. Garissa akipata, Tana River akipata, kwa wale wakifanya maendeleo Mheshimiwa Spika, hata mimi mama Mombasa nitakuwa na wepesi wa kutembea zile sehemu ikiwa barabara iko sawa, kuna maji na kuna maendeleo. Pia mimi naweza kutoka nikaingia katika kaunti zile nikafanya kazi Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo na support. Asante sana.
Mover. Why is the MP for Fafi looking at the mover in that manner?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, next to me is a member for Narok South and he's been here for quite a long time. Allow me to give him 1 minute.
You want to donate some time to the MP for Fafi?
How many minutes I have, Mr. Speaker?
You will have less than 4 minutes.
Then I can only donate 1 minute.
Proceed, MP for Narok.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this motion. You know, Mr. Speaker, the intention of the Constitution of this country for introducing the equalization fund was to bring the most marginalized area, which is one of this country where I come from, Narok South, to where the rest of the Kenyans are. In terms of development, there are areas in this country where the road network almost does not exist. The schools, water, hospital, like electricity, connectivity in Narok South is only 8%, while in this country there are some constituencies which are 100% connected to power. Mr. Speaker, since I only have 1 minute, and thank you, Madam, for donating that 1 minute, the areas of the fund should be released immediately, the 62 billion. And the amount of this should be increased from 0.5% to 1%, because when
Utilize your remaining 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to appreciate and acknowledge all the members who have weighed on this bill. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, the fund was established so as to address specific objectives. And I want to support all the members who have already alluded to the aspects of the specific projects, namely roads, water, electricity, and health, that this equalization fund is supposed to address. And indeed, members have raised very critical questions, even with respect to the impacts. And I think going forward, an assessment should be done on all the equalization fund projects so that we're able to ascertain whether we have actually realized the intended objectives of these projects. Further, members have also raised concerns with respect to the management of the fund and also how the beneficiary counties or pockets were identified. And Honorable Speaker, during our engagements with the Commission for the CRA, I took them to task to explain how some counties, some constituencies missed out, like Teso South. Busia County is one of the poorest counties. We rank at the bottom in the index of poverty. But when you come to Teso South, no area was picked. Yet there are areas in Teso South where when we have a sick person or someone dies, we have to prepare a carrier, a wooden carrier to be able to transport. Or we have to use logs to prepare a bridge for kids to cross from one area to the other. So I support those who have alluded to the principle of equity and equality, so that as we distribute this money, as we wait for the time, 30 seconds. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The third generation formula should address real marginalization as per the definition of marginalization. Not that you are living in an area that has a favorable climate. Marginalization. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Honorable members, for the convenience of the House, the question to this particular matter shall be put when it will be listed next by the House Business Committee. Honorable members, the time being 7:08 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, the 12th day of June 2024, at 9:30 a.m.